I got home earlier than expected that day, hoping to surprise my wife Georgia, but instead, the shock was on me. There she was, tangled in the sheets with my own brother, Brad Jr. My heart stopped. For 3 years, they had been scheming behind my back, hiding their betrayal, weaving their lies. But now, everything was laid bare. The two people I trusted most had stabbed me in the back, and I knew one thing for certain: they would regret ever crossing me. This wasn't just the end of my marriage. This was the beginning of my revenge. It had been a chaotic week. The contracts sent to a major client were riddled with errors, wrong amounts, incorrect pricing, a complete disaster. And of course, my older brother Brad Jr. was the one responsible. When he asked for my help to clean up his mess, I should have known something was off, but I couldn't afford to let the company suffer. So I told my wife, my parents, Brad Sr. and Hattie, and my older sister Joanna, that I needed to fly out for 3 days to sort things out. If I didn't step in, we risked losing a contract that could make or break our family business. Our company, Total Build, specialized in manufacturing portable homes. We designed and supplied tiny houses all across the country, catering to various industries. If you've ever stayed in a compact rental at a caravan park, chances are that was one of ours. We built vacation cabins, remote work lodges, even accommodations for mining operations in the Australian outback. My name is Robert, but everyone calls me Robbie, and at the time, I was the operations manager, responsible for logistics, finances, hiring, and making sure our 30-person team stayed on track. My parents owned the business, my sister handled office management, and my brother Brad Jr. was in sales, though to be honest, he was terrible at it. For some reason, my parents still thought he was a star employee. I never understood why. From the outside, our family seemed normal. Mum, Dad, 3 kids. We had our disagreements like anyone else, but I always believed we had each other's backs when it really counted. That illusion shattered the day I came home early. Before catching my flight, I rushed home to pack. Georgia was sitting on the bed, her hand resting on her growing belly. She wore a soft cotton top, and for a brief moment I thought about staying, but my frustration with Brad took over. As I threw clothes into my suitcase, I vented about his mistakes. Georgia listened patiently before finally speaking. "Robbie," she said, her voice gentle yet firm, "so you know he means well. Brad is great with people. Numbers just aren't his thing, and that's where you shine. We had this argument before, countless times." I sighed, shaking my head. "I know, Georgia, but I'm exhausted. I'm always the one fixing his disasters. No one realizes how much I do. If I don't remind Joanna about deadlines, the team falls behind. If I don't check the numbers for Mom or rewrite Dad's emails, the business would collapse. No one sees it, but I do all the heavy lifting." I felt drained, frustrated, like the hardest working person in the family, yet somehow always left out. I made good money, sure, and I kept everything running, but it never felt like I truly belonged. Georgia must have sensed my frustration. She walked over, wrapped her arms around me and whispered, "Robbie, I'm sorry. You're right. You do too much. But soon you'll be a dad, and your family needs to start carrying their weight, because you won't be able to do it all anymore." Her words made me smile. I placed my hand on her belly, feeling a small kick, and for a second, the weight on my shoulders felt lighter. "You'll be back in 3 days, right?" she asked, looking up at me with hopeful eyes. "Yeah, I should be home Friday evening," I promised. "Then I'll deal with Brad's latest screw-up and prepare for the next one." I glanced at her belly again. "I swear, raising a baby will be easier than managing this family." With a sigh, I grabbed my bag and drove from the Gold Coast to Brisbane to catch my flight to Melbourne. By now, I had perfected my travel routine. First, I read a few chapters of a book during takeoff. Then I spent an hour reviewing work documents once the plane leveled out. After that, I'd watch a movie until we landed. The next day was a whirlwind. I met with the client, walked them through the revised contract, and smoothed everything over. They appreciated that I took the time to meet them in person, so much so that they placed an additional order of 15 units on the spot, increasing the contract value by 40%. It was a massive win, reaching our financial goal 3 months ahead of schedule. By Wednesday afternoon, I was done, 2 days ahead of plan. I considered staying in Melbourne for a little longer, maybe grabbing dinner at one of the city's cozy alleyway restaurants or stopping by a bar for a drink. Melbourne had plenty to offer, But all I could think about was getting home to Georgia. After all, I had promised her I'd be back by Friday, and I never broke my promises. But when I walked through that door, everything changed. Thinking about how I had spent the previous night confiding in Georgia about Brad and my family struggles, I decided heading home early would be the right thing to do. I wanted to be there for her as she neared the final stretch of her pregnancy. My phone battery was nearly dead from being on the internet all day, so I called an Uber to the airport. Being a frequent traveler, changing my flight was effortless. I even used my reward points to upgrade to business class, figuring I might as well make the most of the trip. With only a few minutes to spare, I made it to the gate and was soon on my way home. Stepping off the plane, I felt a sense of relief. We had flown through a storm on the way down, and watching lightning cut through the clouds had been both thrilling and unsettling. After landing in Brisbane, I hopped into my utility vehicle, or ute, as we call it in Australia, for the drive back to the Gold Coast. My Ford Ranger, though not the fastest, was reliable. It was a company lease, like all the vehicles in our family, and useful for transporting materials between job sites. I didn't mind putting in the physical labor alongside my team. It was important to me that everyone knew I wasn't above the work, that I valued every part of the business equally. As I slid into the driver's seat, I plugged in my phone and tried calling Georgia a few times, leaving messages that I would be home soon, but each call went straight to voicemail. A little over an hour later, I pulled into my street and frowned. My usual parking spot was taken. Brad's car was sitting right where mine should have been. I wondered why he was there so late, but I didn't overthink it. Brad and I had always trusted each other. I parked nearby, grabbed my travel bag from the passenger seat, and walked in through the side door like I always did. But before I could call out a greeting, a sound stopped me cold. A sound that no husband ever wants to hear. A sound that made my stomach turn to lead. Standing in the dim hallway that led to our bedroom, I listened. The unmistakable sounds of intimacy mixed with Georgia's familiar voice. My breath caught in my throat, and my hands clenched into fists. I didn't want to see what was happening, but I knew I had to. If I walked away now, I might never find the strength to face it later. I wasn't sure what I would do, but I needed to know. Taking a deep breath, I pulled out my phone, set it to record, and moved silently forward. I told myself I was being smart, gathering proof before confronting them, but nothing could have prepared me for what I was about to witness. Georgia had always been beautiful. Her dark brown hair fell just past her shoulders. Her warm brown eyes could melt or freeze a room with a single look. Her tall, lean frame had always captivated me, and even after pregnancy changed her body, I had only found her more breathtaking. I had always believed her best feature was her curves. She didn't need tight yoga pants to look amazing. Her beauty was effortless. And yet, as I stood there in the shadows watching, I realized that the body I had thought was mine alone was not. I gripped my phone tighter, battling the emotions surging through me. Anger burned the strongest, but beneath it lay hurt, disbelief, and no matter how much I wished it gone, love. Georgia let out a quiet sigh, her body shivering slightly before she murmured, "Brad." She turned her head away, her voice tired but steady. "Robbie can never find out this baby isn't his. It would break him. The next one has to be his." Brad started to reply, but I couldn't hear it anymore. Georgia was right about one thing. It did feel like my entire world had just collapsed. The betrayal ripped through me, and for a moment, all I wanted was to lash out, but I forced myself to breathe. Violence wouldn't fix this. It wouldn't take back what had already happened. I stepped into the room, my footsteps heavy against the hardwood. They heard the sound and turned, but before either of them could speak, I cut in, my voice low and steady. "Well then, it's a good thing there won't be another baby, because I'm done with both of you." There's something oddly amusing about the way cheaters react when they're caught. The frantic scramble for modesty, the sheer irony of it all. They had no problem being exposed to each other, but suddenly, my presence made them desperate to cover up. Georgia and Brad were no different. Sheets yanked up, wide eyes full of shock and fear. I stood there, the only one still fully clothed, watching them panic. Brad was the first to recover, his voice forced into casualness as if we were just having a normal conversation. "Robbie, what are you doing here? You were supposed to be in Melbourne." I let out a sharp laugh, shaking my head. "I was in Melbourne, idiot," I snapped, "and I'm so good at cleaning up your messes that I finished early, thought I'd come home, spend time with my wife." show her some love. But clearly, I wasn't needed. "Robbie, it's not," Georgia started, her voice soft, but she stopped, realizing there was nothing she could say that would make this better. "Oh, go ahead," I cut in, my glare sharp enough to cut glass. "Tell me it's not what it looks like. Disrespect me some more, or maybe try to convince me I'm imagining things, that I didn't just walk in and see my own brother in bed with my wife." My voice was cold, controlled, but my hands were shaking with the force of holding myself back, and I won't even bring up the fact that, apparently, I wasn't even here when you made this baby. Georgia looked like she was going to be sick, clutching the sheets tighter, as if they could shield her from the consequences of her actions. Brad just stared, his face a mix of guilt and confusion. I took a step back, exhaling sharply. "You two can deal with the mess you've created." I clenched my fists at my sides, forcing myself to stay calm, forcing myself to keep breathing. I had never imagined this moment, never pictured my life unraveling like this, but there it was. Reality staring me right in the face. "I'm leaving," I said finally, my voice cutting through the thick silence. My decision was made, my world had just collapsed, but I wasn't going to stand there and let them bury me in the wreckage. I once cared for them, I truly did, but that was before I found out the truth. "I'll be back in a couple of hours to get my things and move out." "How long have you known?" I asked, my voice low, controlled, yet dangerously sharp. "How long have you known that my brother and my wife have been together? In my home, in my bed?" "Son, I understand you're upset," my father replied, his voice carefully even, as if choosing his words with precision. "But this isn't the way to talk to your mother. We taught you better." What shocked me wasn't just his response, but the lack of anger, the absence of outrage. Instead of standing with me in my pain, he sounded more disappointed in me than in them. "How long?" I repeated, my body rigid, my hands curled into fists at my sides. My mother lowered her eyes to the floor, then to my father, then back to me, a soft sigh slipping past her lips, the weight of the moment pressing down on all of us. But what took my breath away was the complete lack of regret on their faces. My mum carried a sliver of shame, but my father, he almost looked proud. 3 years, she said. "We've known since nearly the beginning. If I had thought the betrayal couldn't cut any deeper, I was wrong. They weren't just complicit. They had actively chosen to keep me in the dark, pushing me down further into the abyss of their deception." "What the hell?" I shouted, my anger finally breaking free. "Now, son, this isn't the way to speak to us. We're your parents," my father began. "Just stop, Dad," I snapped, spitting the word like it was poison in my mouth. I could feel the eyes of our neighbors peeking from their windows, whispering behind curtains. But I didn't care. "You've known for 3 years that your oldest son has been sleeping with my wife, your youngest son's wife. And you never thought to tell me?" I asked, my voice dripping with disbelief. "What kind of parents are you? Do you even know if the baby is mine or if it's my brother's?" They said nothing, only standing there, watching me. Their silence was deafening, my head pounded, a dull, persistent ache that spread behind my eyes, my vision blurred at the edges, the entire situation becoming more surreal by the second. I took deep, measured breaths, a technique I had mastered through years of martial arts training, the only thing keeping me from completely losing control. For a few moments, none of us spoke, the air between us thick with unspoken words. I tilted my head slightly, scrutinizing them, my eyes burning into theirs. "Does Joanna know?" I asked. My mother responded too quickly, too automatically. "She caught them during one of your trips. She came home, and she found them together." "I see," I murmured. My father opened his mouth, but I raised a hand to silence him. "No, I get it. I really do. I'm just the naive younger son who trusts too easily, who believes that family is supposed to protect him, not lie to him, not betray him, not hide the most gut-wrenching truth from him. I see it now, because what you all think is right feels so unbelievably wrong to me." My face twisted with disgust, my heart pounding furiously against my ribs. "You clearly don't care about me," I continued, my voice shaking with rage. "You must have enjoyed sending me away, watching me clean up Brad's messes while he was with my wife, son. It's not like that," my dad tried to explain. "It sure as hell feels like it," I shot back. He took a step back, understanding now that I wasn't just venting. I was done. He knew my training. He knew I wasn't someone to push when I reached my limit. "Robbie, please," my mother pleaded, her eyes flicking nervously toward the neighbors' houses. "Come inside. Sit down. Let's talk about this. There has to be a way to work this out. A way for you, Brad, and Gregoria to move forward. Work this out," I repeated, my voice laced with disbelief. "Can you even hear yourself?" I spread my hands, my tone turning mockingly light. "Oh, sure, let's work this out. How about we say sorry for keeping me in the dark for 3 years while my wife and brother carried on behind my back? Or, better yet, sorry for sending me away so they could be together in my own home." I let out a cold, humorless laugh, waving my hands in mock surrender. Wait, I've got it. How about we say sorry for lying to you about your brother getting your wife pregnant? Because, you know, we thought it would be fine to let you raise his child without ever telling you the truth." I dropped the act, my eyes locking onto my mother's, the woman I had once seen as the very definition of love and care. "No," I asked, my voice sharper now. "Is this what you wanted, Mom? For me to raise Brad's child without ever knowing?" She looked away, avoiding my gaze, which told me everything I needed to know. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady. "Listen, son," my dad started, his voice softer now, like he thought he could still reason with me. "We understand. We do. You're angry. But we only wanted to protect you. We thought you were better off not knowing." I cut him off, my patience gone. "Calm. You want me to be calm. Haven't you noticed how furious I am, how betrayed I feel? And yet you still think I should just accept it?" I shook my head, staring at them as if seeing them for the first time. They didn't even seem remorseful, as if they were aliens, studying me, trying to decipher why I was reacting this way. The weight of their silence, their indifference, it was suffocating. For the first time since I arrived, I looked away, my shoulders dropping slightly. I thought I saw my mother begin to understand. She took a step toward me, hesitating. I straightened immediately, my voice barely above a whisper. "Why didn't anyone tell me?" I asked. For the first time, there was something raw, almost pleading in my tone. My dad's grip on my mother's arm tightened, stopping her from moving closer, stopping her from answering. He looked down at me from the porch, his expression unreadable. "We talked about this many times," he said, "and every time we decided it was better if you didn't know." His voice was void of emotion, detached, not a father speaking to his son, but a businessman delivering a calculated decision. "You were happy not knowing the truth," he continued. "You were excelling at work, keeping the company running smoothly, and we didn't want to disrupt that." "The company," I whispered, the realization settling like a stone in my stomach. I tilted my head, confusion clouding my expression. "Yes, son, you are very important to us. If you found out what was really happening, it would cause problems across the company. Sales, production, delivery, and quality. Look at you now. I can already see this is going to disrupt everything, and we would lose our edge. This is why we kept it from you." His words felt rehearsed, as if he were reading from a script. This time, my mother's fingers dug into my father's arm, her grip tightening as he continued, preparing to convince me to accept my situation. She caught sight of my face, saw the tension in my jaw, my fists clenching and unclenching as he spoke. My voice, rough and colder than ever, cut through the air. "So let me get this straight," I said. "You didn't tell me about the man, about the situation, because you thought it would hurt the company. You all knew she wasn't carrying my child. And you still let me live in this lie just to keep business running smoothly, Robbie," my mother began, her voice laced with something close to guilt. But my father cut her off, his fingers squeezing her arm even harder. "Yes, son, we thought we were doing the right thing, helping everyone, including you," he replied. "Georgia assured us the next child would be yours, not your brother's." A wave of fury crashed over me, hot and suffocating, yet I forced myself to take a breath. Their betrayal settled deep into my bones, all for the sake of their business. "Well, don't I feel special?" I said, my voice dripping with sarcasm. "What a loving family I have, shielding me from the truth, making sure I was too blind to notice the chaos around me." My father, oblivious to my tone, nodded as if I were finally coming around. But my mother wasn't fooled, Robbie. She tried again, but Dad interrupted. "I'm glad you see it that way, son," he said with a grin, misreading my words entirely, thinking I was giving in, accepting the deception. "All of you can leave me alone. I quit. My tone was flat. Final. Yes, son, it's good that you're coming to terms with what? His smile faded, his mind catching up to my words a moment too late. I said I quit. Right now, this moment. Effective immediately, I resign, and you can take your company and shove it. I turned on my heel, walking away toward my car. Robbie. My mother called out, desperation creeping into her voice. But I spun back to face them, my glare sharp enough to cut. You know what, Mum, Dad? You both knew all along, and not only did you stay silent, but you let it happen. You let me walk around like an idiot, believing in something that was never real. And you didn't even try to stop it. You just accepted it, treated me like nothing, and now that I finally understand, you want to fix things, to calm me down. But I should have been your son first, an employee second. I should have been able to come to you when I was hurting, but instead, I see now that you are just as responsible as the rest of them. I paused, watching their faces, my father's eyes narrowing, my mother's mouth slightly open, shocked. If this family thinks it's acceptable to treat me like this, to lie to me for 3 years just for the sake of business, then you're right, Dad, you raised me better. I won't stand for it. So I'm leaving this family. I am no longer your son. I turned again, storming toward my car, nearly ripping the door off its hinges. Reaching into the back seat for my bag, I slammed the door shut, pulled the keys from my pocket, and tossed them at their feet. They just stood there, stunned. Take the truck. Don't call me. Don't text me. Don't try to reach out in any way. Let the rest of the family know. Don't expect me at birthdays, Easter, or Christmas. And tell your golden child, the one you love so much more than me, that if he ever sees me on the street, he should turn and run. Because if I see him, I'll be furious. Their expressions were frozen, my mother's lips trembling, my father's fists clenching at his sides. Get my severance ready, I added, my voice unwavering. Make sure my bonus includes today, considering I fixed Brad's mistakes while he was too busy screwing me over. If it's not there, you will regret it. I pulled out my work laptop, tossing it onto the ground near their feet. There's my company laptop. If it's broken, take it out of my severance. I don't care. My parents didn't move. Just watched as I retrieved my personal phone. Seeing the flood of missed calls and messages from Georgia, I ignored them. I ordered an Uber. My mother, finally finding the courage to speak. Her voice barely above a whisper. Robbie, she said, her nails digging into my father's arm, her grip as desperate as her words. I know it shouldn't have happened, but it will all work out. We love you. I grabbed the handle of my suitcase, my grip tightening. I took a step, then another, walking away down the street toward my ride. But I turned back one last time, looking at the woman who once called herself my mother. No, it won't be okay, Hattie, I said, using her name, because none of you understand what love really means. I loved and trusted my wife, my family, and now I see how foolish I was. I thought my family would stand by me more than anyone else, but tonight I learned the truth. Love and trust mean nothing to you. You say you love me. Go ahead and tell that to someone else. See if they believe you after hearing what I've shared. I didn't say another word as I turned away, walking toward my waiting ride, the rain beginning to fall, droplets streaking the car's windows as I climbed inside. Staring out into the night, it hit me. Neither of them had followed me. After everything I had done for them, for their business, I was nothing to them, just an inconvenience. The Uber pulled away from the curb, taking me back to what used to be my home. At least Brad and Georgia were gone. I moved through the house, my house, grabbing boxes, packing up my life, clothes, personal things. Every reminder of the years I had wasted, I wasn't coming back. I packed everything into the old Toyota Camry, the one I had bought for Georgia a few years back. We had talked about upgrading to a new car once the baby arrived. But now, what was the point? I had paid for this car, and since she wasn't carrying my child, I figured I might as well keep it. Georgia could keep Brad's baby. I told myself I was getting the better deal. I still had a few things that wouldn't fit in the car, but whatever, what was already packed would be enough to get me through the next few weeks. Before I walked out for good, I took down the oversized wedding photo that Georgia's parents had gifted us on our first anniversary. In the picture, we stood at the center, smiling as if the day had been perfect. My parents, brother, and sister stood to my left, while Georgia's mum, stepdad, and 2 sisters stood to my right. I found some markers in the kitchen and spent 15 minutes defacing the picture. I sketched ridiculous horns and childish doodles over my family's faces. Then, I drew an exaggerated belly on Georgia with an arrow pointing to it, labeling it with the words, "This was done by an idiot." Above my family's heads, I scrawled words like fool, liar, and betrayer, adding moustaches and absurd expressions. Finally, over Georgia's family, I placed question marks. I wasn't sure if they had been in on the betrayal. I had once believed we all shared a close bond, but I knew Georgia and her sisters didn't always get along, just like Brad, Joanna, and I had never been more than work colleagues and distant family. I debated ruining the picture further, but decided my message was clear enough. I hung it back on the wall, letting it speak for itself. The last thing I did before leaving was sit at the kitchen table and write a letter. "Georgia, by the time you read this, I will be gone. I know this letter will be filled with emotions, but I will do my best to keep it civil. What I am writing here is only a fraction of the pain, sorrow, and rage boiling inside me. By now, I assume you have been to my former brother's parents' house. I want you to know that I have severed all ties with my family. I have left Total Build, and I have no intention of ever speaking to any of you again. Tonight, I came home to surprise you. I had even called while driving back, but you were too busy with my former brother to answer. Seeing you with him, knowing what was happening between you two, shattered something inside me. Listening to your private conversation, one that showed nothing but mockery and disregard for me, tore apart a part of my soul that may never heal. But what hurts even more is knowing the baby inside you is his, not mine, and you both were planning to let me believe otherwise. Georgia, I gave you everything, and this is how you repay me. There is no going back from this. Our marriage is over. I can never forgive or forget what you and my former family have done. I have taken most of my belongings and will arrange to collect the rest soon. The lease on this place lasts another 6 months. My family's company has been covering the rent, so feel free to stay. I won't be around. I assume the divorce will split our assets evenly, which is beyond unfair considering I'm the only one who has been wronged. But if it means I never have to see you again, I will accept it. I have told my former parents not to reach out to me, and I expect you to do the same. Right now, my hatred for you far surpasses any love I once had. But on the bright side, you can now be openly with Brad Jr. and raise your child together without fear of me finding out. If I continue writing, this will just spiral into an endless rant, so I'll end it here. Goodbye, Georgia. I hope your life is filled with regret. Your soon-to-be ex-husband, Robert. P.S. I know I promised not to curse, but I wrote this by hand, and I think I held back well enough until the end. I folded the letter, placed my wedding ring on top of it, and walked out. Georgia wouldn't be back until the next day, but when she finally returned, the sounds of her cries and furious screams were loud enough to be heard 2 houses away, loud enough for the police to be called. When they arrived and saw my artwork, they understood immediately. They didn't take any action, but I have no doubt they had something to talk about back at the station. As for me, I made one last call, my Muay Thai trainer, Darren Bray. Over the past few years, Darren had become more than just my coach. He and his girlfriend, Tony, had joined Georgia and me for several barbecues. At this moment, he was the only person I could think of who wouldn't inform my family about what had happened. Without hesitation, Darren let me crash in their spare room. When they sat me down on their couch, listening to my story, I felt like a stray dog finally finding shelter. The next few weeks were a blur of emotions and adjustments. First, I hired a lawyer to handle the divorce. When I showed him the video evidence I had secretly recorded, his eyes widened in disbelief. I told him I wanted this over as quickly as possible, and he assured me he would make that happen. I also consulted an HR specialist to ensure I got every last dollar owed to me from Total Build. Training with Darren became my outlet. Through every session, I unleashed my anger, channeling my pain into my strikes. At times, Darren had to step in when my frustration almost took over. My opponents never realized what they were up against until it was too late. Despite being nearly 5 years older than me, Darren became my closest friend during this period. He was someone I could confide in without judgment. He took me out, got me to loosen up at pubs along the Gold Coast beaches, and when I broke down, he didn't hesitate to pull me into a brotherly hug. Tony treated me like family, making massive home-cooked meals, always checking in on me, She was a pillar of warmth during my lowest days. Together, she and Darren helped me collect the rest of my belongings from my old place. Their kindness carried me through the storm. A few weeks after everything unfolded, my lawyer finally set up. I managed to gather a couple of chairs, my desk, and my training gear when we arrived at the house. The place itself hadn't changed much, but I immediately noticed something missing the wedding photo. After a brief search, I found it tucked away inside the wardrobe of the spare bedroom. There was a letter on the table, George's handwriting unmistakable, but I didn't bother opening it. Instead, I tossed it straight into the bin, knowing she would see it when she came back. About 6 weeks later, I finally received my money from Total Build, my last paycheck along with my bonus. Combined with my share of the savings, it was a decent amount. My family, however, tried to intervene, claiming that since I had walked away from the job, I had no right to the money. They accused me of trying to take something I didn't deserve, but when I took the matter to Fair Work Australia, they backed off quickly. With my payout secured, I realized I wouldn't have to worry about finding work for nearly a year, maybe even longer, if I was careful with my spending. Then came the next hurdle. About 4 months later, my lawyer started receiving letters from Georgia's attorney. Instead of simply moving forward with the divorce, Georgia suddenly wanted to talk. She insisted that a lot of what I had overheard was a misunderstanding. She wanted to explain, but I wasn't interested. Eventually, I instructed my lawyer to send a copy of the video to hers. After that, all communication stopped. It had been almost 7 months since the divorce. I hadn't heard from Georgia or my family in a while, and for the first time in a long time, I felt like maybe things were getting better, like maybe life wasn't going to be so unbearable anymore. I was searching for a job and a new place to live, and thanks to Darren, I had made some money from a few semi-professional fights, but I knew that alone wouldn't be enough. Darren and Tony had been incredible, helping me through everything, but I knew it was time to stand on my own. It was Friday morning, around 10 o'clock. I had slept in after an exhausting late-night training session. After waking up, I took a long shower, shaved, and threw on a pair of casual shorts and a t-shirt as I made my way down the stairs of Darren and Tony's 2-story house. The doorbell rang. Okay, I'm coming. Hold on, I called out, expecting a delivery person, a mail carrier, maybe even some religious visitors, but when I opened the door, my stomach twisted. Standing there was my sister Joanna, looking impatient, and behind her, standing awkwardly, was George's younger sister, Amy, who looked uncomfortable and embarrassed. Without hesitation, I shut the door right in Joanna's face. Nope, I muttered, shaking my head as I turned away. Robbie, that was rude. Tony's voice came from the kitchen as she walked into the room, wiping her hands on a dish towel. But the moment she saw my face, she hesitated, her eyes flickering toward the door as Joanna continued to knock. I gestured vaguely in the direction of the door. It's my sister, and George's sister, I said flatly. Tony's face darkened slightly, her frustration evident. She knew exactly how I felt about my family. Do you want me to send them away? She asked. I nodded. Could you? I really don't want to deal with them, especially Joanna. Tony headed to the door, but before she could even get a word out, Joanna shoved past her, storming into the house, her voice already raised. You are such a jerk, Robbie. Do you even realize that? She snapped, her frustration pouring out in waves. Why do you think you're so special that you can just walk away from everyone? Her anger was palpable, but to me, it felt misplaced, even forced. I met her gaze with a calm, unreadable expression, but inside, my patience was wearing thin. She had known about George's betrayal. She had seen how my so-called best friend had stabbed me in the back. And yet, here she was, acting as if I had done something wrong by stepping away from all of it. The hypocrisy of it all burned inside me, but I forced myself to stay composed. Joanna, I said, keeping my voice steady, I'm going to ask you nicely. Please leave, she scoffed, mistaking my restraint for weakness. She had always been like this, always pushing, always trying to get her way. When we were kids, she used to bully me into doing whatever she wanted, and apparently she still thought she could do the same. Do you have any idea how much your leaving hurt Georgia? She almost lost the baby. She was so devastated. Joanna's voice sharpened as she gestured around. And where was her pathetic husband hiding? Right here, living it up while she had to have the baby, your baby, all alone. She was searching for a reaction, watching my face closely, but I gave her nothing. Amy remained outside, watching the scene unfold. Tony leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, observing silently. Joanna just wanted someone to unload her frustrations on. She jabbed a finger into my chest, her voice dripping with accusation. "You left us all in a mess. Mum and Dad are furious. The company is suffering. Clients are pulling out. We had to fire people, and we've all had to pick up your slack." She waved her hands dramatically before mocking me with air quotes. "All because your little feelings got hurt." Then, as if to drive the point home, she balled her fists and put on a fake pout, mimicking a child about to cry, "Boo-hoo, Robbie, grow up. You have a child to take care of and a family business that needs saving." For the first time in my life, I almost hit a woman. I didn't, but I came closer than I ever thought I would. The anger rising inside me must have been written all over my face, because Joanna hesitated, her confidence faltering for just a moment. When I finally spoke, my voice was quiet, but laced with something dangerous. Just like with Mom and Dad, I said, my tone even, yet heavy with something she clearly didn't expect. The room seemed to hold its breath, and for the first time, Joanna looked unsure. "Do you think I have time for someone who stood by while my own brother did unforgivable things in my bed, laughing at me the whole time? Do you think I can just ignore walking in on them, hearing them admit they were making a fool of me? But the child, the one you expect me to care for, isn't even mine. It's Brad's." I heard a sharp gasp, turned to see Amy still standing outside, her hands covering her face, tears spilling down her cheeks. "Robbie, I'm sorry. I didn't know," Amy choked out, sinking to her knees, looking up at me with wide, sorrowful eyes. I glared at my older sister, pointing at Amy, realizing that not everyone knew the full story. "And look at you. You couldn't just come here and wreck my life alone. You had to pull innocent people into your lies too." I pointed again at Amy, now sobbing at the door. "I bet you told her I just had a disagreement with Georgia. You probably made my divorce sound like a minor spat, so you both could barge in and try to fix me, so I'd go back to work like nothing happened." For a moment, Joanna said nothing, her gaze flickering to Tony, who stood back, arms crossed, watching it all unfold. Finally, Joanna inhaled sharply, steadied herself, then looked back at me. "And what if I did?" She shot back, her anger a mirror of my own. "Looks like it took you less than a second to find someone else anyway, Joanna," I warned, trying to keep my voice level. "I'm telling you now, don't come in here disrespecting people or situations you don't understand. Oh, so what? Your wife has been with your brother for 3 years. You're mad because you just found out. You drown yourself in alcohol like that's going to fix anything. And now you're here, acting like you're some victim. Don't go chasing after someone new just to escape your problems." I could see now how out of touch Joanna was, just like the rest of my family. I glanced at Tony, who seemed amused, arms still folded. First of all, Tony said, pushing off the wall and walking toward Amy, who was slumped against the door, "Robbie and I are not what you think." Then, as Joanna and I both watched, Tony bent down, gently helping Amy to her feet. She spoke softly, ignoring Joanna entirely. "Come on, sweetie. Let's get you inside. Let's get you comfortable." She led Amy to the couch before turning back to Joanna. "Second," Tony continued, "my boyfriend, Darren, is your brother's Muay Thai coach. Both Darren and I have been helping Robbie after everything you all put him through." She paused, but Joanna didn't seem to get it. Tony sighed, then said, "Lastly, I've heard all about what your family and his ex-wife did to him. Cutting ties with you all was one of the mildest choices he could have made. Honestly, I think your time here is up. There's the door. Don't let it hit you on the way out." Joanna turned back to me, her jaw clenched. "Robbie, you need to come back," she said, her voice edged with desperation. Ignoring Tony completely, "Our production is suffering. Sales are plummeting. People aren't doing their jobs right. We need you. Well, tough luck, Joe." I shot back. "You don't get to walk in here, act all high and mighty, blame me, then expect me to feel guilty and come running back. That's not happening. Did any of you do a damn thing when Brad and Georgia were ruining everything? Is that idiot still working there? Or did Dad tell him to just relax, assuming I'd magically forgive you all and come back?" Joanna stared at her shoes. "Dad really gave them a talking to," she muttered. Brad has to run all his sales through Dad now. No bonuses for him this year, please, Robbie. Her tone shifted. Pleading now. We're in big trouble without you. No, Joanna, I said firmly. There are plenty of reasons why I won't come back. But two matter more than all the rest. She looked up, waiting. First, I said, raising a finger, my so-called brother is still there. After everything that happened, you'd think you'd have cut him loose if you really wanted any chance of fixing things with me or saving the company. Let me make this clear. Total Build will fail if he stays, but Robbie, Joanna protested. Brad is supposed to lead the company one day. He's the eldest. Mom and Dad can't just kick him out. I laughed, shaking my head. That's the dumbest excuse I've ever heard. Keeping someone in a job just because they're the oldest, let alone letting them run the company. It's beyond stupid. I went on. You're struggling without me. But putting him in charge would drive the company into the ground within a month, so telling me he has to stay because he's the eldest is nonsense, and you all know it. Joanna clenched her teeth but shrugged. Feigning indifference. What's the second reason? She asked, her voice quieter now, almost nervous. Simple, I said, holding up another finger. At no point in this whole mess has anyone shown any real remorse. She swallowed hard, and I kept going. From the moment I walked into that house after coming back from Melbourne, finding them being openly rude to me, making a mess, acting like I was the problem. Everyone expected me to just accept it. Everyone made excuses. Everyone tried to guilt-trip me, telling me to get over it. But no one ever asked how I felt. No one ever actually apologized. That's not true. Robbie, Georgia, and Mom told me they were sorry. I scoffed. More excuses. My unfaithful wife only said sorry because she got caught, not because she regretted a thing. Mom's so-called apology was empty, and then she basically told me to move on. Saying sorry means more than just words. Joanna, it's about actions, about sincerity. You're here because you need me, not because you're truly sorry. And I'm not cleaning up everyone's mess at Total Build just because you finally realized how deep in trouble you are. I'm not coming back because you're sorry that Brad and Georgia had a kid together in my bed. Betraying me completely. My sister's face twisted in anger. You know what, Robbie? You're right, she snapped. I don't care about your feelings. Should Brad and Georgia have done what they did? No. Should we have kept you in the dark? Absolutely. Then she scoffed, switching tactics. You were happy until then, but you ruined it all yourself, you messed. Everything would have stayed the same for everyone if I had just stuck to my original plans and come home later. Okay, let me think, I said, tapping my lips like I was deep in thought. Not because I needed time to process, but because I wanted to keep my composure. I had always been good at my job, prided myself on my ability to read people, and yet here I was, blindsided, betrayed, trying to hold on to the love I once thought I had. So now I'm the bad guy? I asked, my voice a strange mix of anger and disbelief. Yes, Joanna shouted, throwing her hands up like she couldn't believe I still didn't get it. If you had just stuck to the plan, none of this would be a problem, right? I shot back, my patience fraying. I'd just be some clueless fool raising another man's child, devoted to a wife who clearly doesn't care about me, supporting a family that only values what I can provide. Joanna crossed her arms, her expression unreadable. She just didn't see it. Or maybe she refused to admit that I was the one who had been wronged. I sighed and raised a hand, cutting off whatever excuse she was about to make. Look, Joe, this isn't going to work. None of you regret anything. In fact, you're all still blaming me when you're the ones who screwed up. I lifted an eyebrow and added, I've asked you to leave. Tony has asked you to leave. Should we call the police to help you make a decision? For a moment, she looked like she might argue, but then she rolled her eyes and turned to leave. Come on, Amy. This is pointless. He's too full of himself to get past this, she said over her shoulder. Amy hesitated, her gaze flicking between us. Actually, Joanna, I want to stay and talk to Robbie. Would that be okay, Robbie? I shrugged. Sure, Amy, I said, looking at my sister, Tony, who had been standing quietly until now, gestured toward the door. There's the door. Don't let it hit you on the way out. Joanna shot me one last look before storming out, slamming the door behind her so hard that the room shook. A minute later, I heard her car start, tires screeching as she sped off. I knew she was already on the phone, calling family, telling them how difficult I was being. I sighed and sat down on the other couch, facing Amy, who still had tears in her eyes. Hey, Robbie, Tony said. This wasn't fun, but I've done what I can. Do you two need me here, or can I leave you alone to talk? Yeah, Tony. Thanks for helping, I really appreciate it, I replied. Anytime. Darren will be back around 7 tonight. Thai food sound good, I chuckled. Sounds perfect. See you both tonight. Tony grabbed her bag and walked out, closing the door gently this time. I turned to Amy, meeting her gaze. So this was kind of a surprise, huh? I said, trying to lighten the mood. Amy blushed. Sorry, Robbie. I was in the States when all this happened. By the time I got back last month, both families were in chaos. What did they tell you? I asked quietly. Amy hesitated before answering, mostly that you and Georgia had a big fight, that your parents got involved, and that you were being difficult. They said you needed a talk to see reason and come home. I snorted. Yeah, that sounds about right. But Robbie, Amy said, her face full of concern, I didn't know about everything else. I just found out that Georgia had been with your brother. Her voice trailed off. I nodded. Yeah, I found out that night. After 3 years, Amy exhaled sharply, starting to grasp why I had pulled away from everyone. And, is it true that the baby isn't yours? She asked, her voice soft, kind, curious. I'm almost certain, I said. I heard them talking about it when I caught them. Amy's eyes widened. I came home early from a business trip to Melbourne and walked in on them. In my bed, Amy's expression shifted to one of pure shock. I sighed, running a hand through my hair, the memory still fresh. Still painful. I think I'll need a paternity test. But it's complicated, since I'm related to the guy who actually got her pregnant. I glanced at Amy, gauging her reaction. Are you okay if I use some strong language? Amy nodded. It's fine, Robbie, I understand. Coming home to find your wife with another man would be bad enough, but to find out it was your own brother, that's just... She trailed off, shaking her head. After 3 years together, that's beyond cruel. You're handling it better than I would. I think I would have lost it. We sat in silence for a moment, the weight of everything settling between us. And what about Joanna? Your mum and dad? Amy asked. You mentioned something about them knowing. Sorry, I didn't catch everything earlier. When Tony helped me to the couch, Tony is my Muay Thai mentor's girlfriend. They've been helping me the past few months. Darren takes me to the gym, helps me train, keeps me from drowning myself in alcohol. Tony keeps me busy at home, keeps me from sinking into a dark place, I admitted, looking away. And yes, my entire family knew what was happening almost from the start and didn't tell me. Amy's eyes widened in shock. Why? She whispered. Apparently, money. I shrugged. Money, that's it, she repeated. Disbelief written all over her face. Yep, that's what they told me. They figured I was better off not knowing. And when I did find out, they were surprised that I actually cared. My mum, my dad, Joanna, they all told me to just move on. Because, in their eyes, the business is more important. My voice trailed off, the bitter truth settling in. Amy was quiet, clearly processing everything. After a moment, she sighed and stood up, walking over to sit next to me on the couch. I'm really sorry, Robbie, she said, placing a gentle hand on my arm. Amy, why are you apologizing? I asked. You didn't do anything wrong. In fact, it seems like they tried to mislead you too. You don't owe me an apology. She bit her lip. I'm sorry for what you're going through. It's not fair. She paused, then added, I'm sorry that I'm related to someone who hurt one of the best men I know. She blushed. I chuckled, shaking my head. Thanks, Amy. It's good to know someone understands. So, what are your plans for today? Amy asked, her tone shifting, trying to bring some lightness back into the conversation. I wasn't planning to do much. Just training, trying to forget things. Why? She smiled. How about I take you out for lunch, just to help you take your mind off things? What do you say? I looked at her and, for the first time in a while, I actually considered it. She held onto my arm, leaning in just a little closer, not intentionally, but it felt nice, comforting even. Sure, let me just change and get ready. Give me 5 minutes, I said. She smiled, bright and warm like the sun breaking through the clouds. Amy took me out for lunch, and as we sat together, we talked about everything and nothing. I mentioned that I wasn't working at the moment, and though Amy hesitated when it came to discussing her job, she simply said she traveled a lot, keeping the details to herself. The waiter arrived with our food as we chatted, placing my plate of chicken parmigiana with fries and a Coke in front of me. While Amy had a Caesar salad with chicken and bacon, we ate, continuing our conversation, shifting to Georgia, my family, and what came next for me. Then Amy asked the question I had been expecting but dreading. "What are your plans now?" "Well, I'm almost officially divorced from your sister," I said. "I think that's why Joanna showed up this morning. One last effort to change my mind, to stop the divorce, to convince me to come back to total build." We exchanged a knowing look, a smile that held no illusions. We both understood that wasn't going to happen. On a more positive note, "I've been thinking about buying a house," I added. "So I guess the next step is finding a job once the divorce is finalized." Amy nodded thoughtfully. "What about your family? Are you going to reach out, make amends?" I frowned. Amy immediately leaned back, a bit startled by my reaction. "That bad, huh?" she said. "If I never spoke to any of them again before I died, it would still be too soon," I replied, my voice firm. Then I looked at her. "So, was there another reason you came with Joanna this morning?" She raised both hands in mock surrender, as if to say she meant no harm, then sighed. "When Georgia told Mom and Dad how you left her, I was furious at you. The Robbie I knew wouldn't do something like that. Based on her story, I felt betrayed, hurt," she admitted. I raised an eyebrow, understanding her anger, but also knowing there was so much more to the story than she realized. Amy sighed again, glancing up from her salad to meet my gaze. "You probably don't know this, but I've liked you for years," she said, her cheeks flushing slightly. A lump formed in my throat. "When Georgia first brought you home, you were so kind to Mom and Dad. You even spent time with me. You made an effort, and as you two started dating, I saw how much you cared about her, how much you tried to make her happy. You thought about her family too. You even remembered my birthdays. Not many brothers-in-law do that." I shrugged slightly. "I'm good at planning," I said, focusing on the details. Making sure my girlfriend's little sister liked me was just smart. It helped my relationship with her family, I added. Amy nodded. "Exactly, that's why it didn't make sense to me when I heard you had just left Georgia, that she was struggling because of it. When I got the chance to come with Joanna, to talk some sense into you, I jumped at it." She looked at me seriously. "If you had just walked away over a simple fight, I think I would have lost faith in all men. In relationships, it mattered that much to you?" I asked, surprised. Amy nodded. "Robbie, what Georgia and your family did to you was awful," she said, looking out the window of the cafe. "They were keeping a huge secret. Their eldest son was sleeping with the wife of their youngest son, and to make things even worse, she got pregnant. They acted like it was no big deal, and when you found out, when you confronted them, they justified it as being for business reasons." Amy reached over, placing her hand on mine. "If I were you, I wouldn't just walk away. I would leave. I'd go somewhere new and start over." I smiled slightly. "Believe me, I've thought about doing exactly that more times than I can count, but I don't have the money right now. I need to figure things out. Go get a job, save up, then maybe I can finally leave all of this behind." A comfortable silence settled between us as I finished the last of my fries, soaking up the remaining gravy on my plate. I could tell Amy wanted to ask me something, so I waited. She took a deep breath. "Robbie," she said, her eyes shining. "If I asked you, would you come away with me, Amy?" I started, my voice gentle. "She may not be the best person, but my ex-wife is still your sister," I chuckled. "Half-sister," Amy corrected, laughing a little. "Even though she made a mistake, you're not with her anymore, since you're almost free. There's no law against me asking," she said. I nodded. "That's true." "Great," she grinned. "So, you can come away with me," I laughed. But then I noticed the seriousness beneath her smile. "You really mean it, don't you?" "Absolutely," Amy replied, her voice soft but certain. "Amy, I can't do that," I told her. "Why not?" she asked. "Well, first, I don't have the money to just drop everything and leave," I explained firmly. She nodded, considering my words, still smiling. "And second, I'm still married." I reminded the beautiful woman sitting across from me, even if just for a little while longer, I need to stay and sort things out with Georgia. She nodded again, but there was something in her expression, something that made me think she knew more than she was letting on. And finally, "Amy, you're Georgia's sister. Wouldn't it be strange if I ran away with you?" She just smiled wider. "You make a good point, Robbie, but Georgia and I are only half-sisters," she reiterated, grinning at me. "Right," I replied. "Georgia shared a father with her older sister Ruth. but their dad, Steve, left shortly after Georgia was born. Their mother, Rain, later married Peter Brown, and Amy was born after that. I had always thought Peter and Rain made a great couple. It seemed like Georgia had inherited her father's worst traits. Good, Amy said. From now on, I want nothing to do with that person. The less family I have with her, the better. I felt grateful that someone finally understood where I was coming from. To answer your other two questions, Amy continued, her eyes gleaming with something close to excitement. What if we had the money and the support to make both problems disappear? She still had that determined spark in her gaze. The kind that told me she wasn't just throwing out ideas. She meant it. Amy, I hesitated. Are you really serious? You think you can just make it all go away? If you can, I would run away with you. I am serious, Robbie, she said, her voice steady. I can take care of the costs and the legal side of things, but Robbie, I need to know you're with me. Why? I asked. Because, Robbie, if you're free, I want the chance to see if we could be something more. I believe, if you give me that chance, I could be everything my annoying older sister isn't. Amy shrugged. But the look she gave me was nothing but sincere. I also know that, even if it doesn't work out, I'll have helped someone I care about escape from a bad situation. Can I think about it? I asked. She laughed. Of course, the offer's open any time. You just have to call me. But I'm only in town visiting my parents for another week before I head back home. Then I'm going overseas soon. I would love for you to come with me, she added, raising an eyebrow playfully. The rest of lunch passed quickly. I could tell Amy had caught me off guard by the way I kept looking at her, but she kept things light, easy. Before she left to see her parents, we dropped off a chair at Darren and Tony's place. Then she hugged me, tight and warm, like she wanted to say more but wasn't going to push. For the first time in a long while, I felt supported, not drained, not like how it felt with Georgia. That night I had dinner with Darren and Tony. First, Tony and I shared the story about Joanna's visit. Then I told them about lunch with Amy, her unusual offer. So, do you think she's serious? Could she really do that? Darren asked after I explained what she had proposed. I'm not sure, I admitted. We don't know much about her. All I know is that a couple of years ago, she started a job that requires a lot of travel. She lives a few hours away on the Sunshine Coast and visits her family when she can. If she can afford that, I believe she could help me move at least. I don't know about the legal side, but she said she wants a chance to prove she cares. Since I won't be going back to Georgia, Tony chuckled. That girl really likes you. Darren and I both turned to her in surprise. How do you know that? Darren asked. When tall, dark and handsome over here, Tony said, nodding at me, explained why he left her sister. Amy wasn't just upset because her sister was sad. She looked heartbroken, like she was focused on Robbie the whole time. She shrugged. That girl has liked you for a long time. I nodded slowly. She kind of hinted at that during lunch. I always thought she was cute, but I was with her sister. But let's say her offer is real. She's still George's sister, and I'm feeling really confused about relationships right now. I don't want her getting involved with me just because I'm some quick fix. Tony laughed. Robbie, how long have we known each other? Maybe 8 or 9 years, I answered exactly. Tony nodded. So let me tell you, that girl is not just a quick fix. I know you're hurting, but I think you've already let her into your heart. She won't walk away from you easily. While I would hate to see you go, I think you should give it a shot. We both turned to Darren to see what he thought. He took a sip of his drink, glanced at the leftover Thai food, then looked back at me. I think I've met her a few times, he mused. She's shorter than Georgia, dark hair, nice figure, unlike her sister. I chuckled, and Tony nudged him playfully. Honestly, I agree with Tony, Darren continued. I think she likes you, even if things don't work out. You don't have anything tying you down here, no job, no family. You might not get this chance again. I say go for it with Amy. We talked for a few more hours. I was still uncertain, but I was starting to lean towards yes. The turning point came 2 days later. I was walking through the mall to renew my driver's license when I saw a cafe. My whole family was there. Georgia had a baby in her arms, a stroller beside her. My parents were cooing over the infant. Joanna had a huge grin. And Brad Jr. was playing around with my soon-to-be ex-wife. They didn't seem bothered at all about how much they had hurt me. I stood there, frozen, watching them for 2 minutes before my mother noticed me. When she did, it was like a spell broke. I turned and walked away quickly, my heart pounding. I made it almost 2 blocks before I heard my mother call after me. "Robbie, wait, please stop." She was rushing to catch up. I thought about walking faster, maybe ducking into a store to avoid her, but I knew that wouldn't solve anything in the long run, so I stopped, took out my phone, and called Amy. She picked up right away. As I turned to face my mother, phone to my ear. "All right, gorgeous," I said, letting a smirk creep into my voice. "Let's make this happen." Amy laughed softly at my tone. "You got it, handsome, but I bet someone's there you don't want knowing it's me." "Right, I murmured. She chuckled again. "Okay, I'll pick you up at 7 tonight. You can tell me all about it then." I smiled, glancing at my mother. She could tell the smile wasn't for her. "All right, see you then." I hung up, let the smile fade, then met my mother's gaze. My voice was cold, distant. "What do you want, Hattie?" I asked Robbie. "Please," she begged, her voice trembling. "This isn't fair. You can't treat us like this. You can't just shut us out like that. We need you." I exploded, my voice thick with anger. "What's not fair is having my family lie to me for over 3 years. You protected the man who got my wife pregnant while pretending I was the father. Does that sound fair to you?" "But Robbie, it's not the same," she protested, trying once more. "We need you." I snapped, my tone harsh. "You don't need me. What you need is someone to run your business, someone who can fix all the messes your oldest son makes, someone to do everything perfectly for you. You don't need a son. You need a cash machine." "That's not true," my mother interjected, her voice weak, as if grasping for something to say. "You all love me?" I scoffed. "Seriously, you say you love me, but after everything you've done, you expect me to believe that?" My laughter turned bitter. "Then explain how lying to me about everything is love. Tell me, Hattie," I shouted. She stared at the ground, speechless, unsure of what to say next. People walked by, a few glancing over, but to them, this was just another family dispute on the Gold Coast. "Keeping you in the dark was supposed to protect you." My father's voice came from behind me. I turned to face him. "We've been through this before, Brad," I said, using his name pointedly. "It wasn't protection, it was just pain. A lie built on lies, and I'm the one paying for it." "You're wrong, Robbie," Joanna chimed in, her tone shifting to one I hadn't heard before. "We all suffered keeping this from you, but now you're treating us like this. Like we're the enemy." I shot her a cold glare. "Hurting? Really, Joanna? Just the other day, you barged into Darren and Tony's place, yelling at me, telling me to forgive the woman I'm supposed to trust." I looked at Georgia, who flinched, and then turned to my brother. "And that useless excuse of a brother? None of you have any idea what real suffering is. You think you're suffering because I'm not fixing your mistakes. You think you're suffering because your profits are down or your plans are falling apart. I saw all of you just a few minutes ago, and none of you get what it feels like to be lied to be betrayed, and then told to just move on. Well, forget it. I'm the one living in a nightmare because of all of you, and none of you even care." "Son, you never gave us a chance," my father started to say, but I cut him off, my voice loud and sharp. He hesitated, then glanced at me. "You were going to say something, weren't you?" I took a step closer to him, my anger simmering beneath my words. "I never let you apologize, did I? I never let you tell me you were sorry or that you knew how much you hurt me. You wanted to ask for forgiveness for what you did to my life, didn't you?" His face hardened, and he looked at me, but there was no apology in his eyes. "No, Robbie," he said calmly. "I was going to say you never gave us a chance to explain." "Explain?" I stared at him in disbelief. "You explained everything just fine, Brad. I must be adopted because only someone insane would believe the crap you're feeding me. Did the person who hurt me, the one who messed everything up, ever feel sorry for what they did?" I looked around, but no one dared to meet my gaze. I didn't think so. Brad Jr. stepped forward, a smile creeping onto his face. "Robbie, you need to stop feeling sorry for yourself. Georgia and I have a beautiful baby boy now. If you just apologize and come back to work, we'll make you the godfather. I know it's not the same as having your own child." Before he could finish, I cut him off with a swift, calculated move. I'd been practicing martial arts for years, competing in tournaments and winning most of them. In Australia, we didn't have the same money for sports as in the US, so I earned a little from my fights. Some of those guys could really throw down, and Brad Jr. didn't stand a chance. With one swift kick, He flew off the sidewalk and crashed into a wall about 6 feet away. The family stared in shock. My brother was lying unconscious on the ground. I stood still, my body calm for the first time in ages. The silence was broken by shouting from all directions, and before I knew it, police officers were rushing toward us, witnessing the unfolding family drama. They saw me strike Brad Jr., and it didn't take long before they slapped handcuffs on me. As the officers led me away, I heard my mother sobbing beside Brad. She looked up, her eyes filled with confusion and pain. "Why, Robbie?" she asked, her voice trembling. I smiled, making sure everyone, especially the officers and the growing crowd of onlookers, could hear me loud and clear. I told my brother never to come near me again. After what he did with my wife, after the pain he caused her, I made a promise. If he ever got close enough again, I would put him on the ground faster than he could think, and now I've kept my word. I paused, looking around at the crowd, my gaze landing on my mother. She was staring at me, eyes filled with sadness, but I had kept my promise. I turned back to the officers, who were trying to maintain a serious demeanor, but I could see the faintest hint of understanding in their eyes. They knew exactly what I meant. I raised my hand, the cold metal of the cuffs biting into my wrists, but for the first time in a long while I felt at peace. They led me away calmly, cuffs around my wrists, the officers guiding me toward a police car, which took me just a few blocks down to the station. Once we left the street, they apologized for the arrest and the cuffs, explaining it was just procedure. I told them it was fine, but I was expecting charges to come. I wasn't about to let my family get away with their judgment, especially my older brother, who had acted out at the station. They returned my phone and allowed me to make a call, but they'd be listening in. I called Amy, but it went straight to voicemail. I left a message, telling her I'd been arrested, asking for help since I didn't trust my family. After hanging up, I thanked the officer for letting me use my phone, as they logged it with my other belongings. Then they escorted me to an interview room, offering me a drink and some cookies. It seemed like word of my actions had spread quickly through the station, and while they were doing their jobs, no one seemed to blame me for knocking out Brad Jr. I'd been sitting there for almost an hour when an officer entered and told me I had a visitor. I assumed it would be Amy or a lawyer, but when I saw her, I wasn't expecting it. Georgia, my soon-to-be ex-wife, sat down across from me, her voice soft. "Hi, Robbie," she said. I grunted in response, not sure where to look. She'd put on a little weight, still holding on to some baby weight, though I knew it wouldn't take her long to lose it. She was still attractive, even with everything that had happened. "So, what do you want from me?" I asked, trying to keep my voice firm, hoping it sounded menacing enough. "Have you done enough, Robbie?" she began, her voice trailing off as she looked down at the table. Her shoulders dropped with what seemed like remorse. "I'm sorry for everything. We shouldn't have done what we did to you. You didn't deserve that." She paused, her gaze lifting to meet mine again. Then her anger flared. "But you didn't have to do what you did to Brad this afternoon." We locked eyes for a moment before I let out a small laugh. "Georgia, you were almost apologizing but then stopped. Let me put it to you this way, do you have any idea how angry I've been for the last few months? Do you have a clue how betrayed I feel, not just by you, but by everyone in my family?" She nodded, clearly unsure of how to answer. "Georgia, I'm not sure you understand," I continued, the bitterness seeping into my words. "I saw you all at the cafe this afternoon, smiling like nothing was wrong. No one cared about me." "That's not true," she interrupted, her voice pleading. "We've all been sad since you left. We know you're angry, we know you're hurt, but they're your family, Robbie. They love you. I love you." I raised an eyebrow. "Really? You really think that, Georgia?" She nodded again, a little too sure of herself. "Let me tell you what I think about your love," I said, the words leaving a bitter taste in my mouth. "The night I caught Brad with you in our bed, after everything that had already happened, I drove around aimlessly. I thought I could find some comfort in my family. The people I thought would understand my anger, my hurt, after what you and Brad did. But when I showed up at their house, I found out they knew about Brad and you for 3 years. Not only that, they knew the kid wasn't mine, and they had the audacity to tell me they didn't tell me because it would have messed up their business. They said I was better off not knowing. So where is the love in that?" I felt the weight of my words hit me. Georgia opened her mouth a few times but couldn't get anything out. A heavy silence hung between us, both of us unsure of what to say next. So what now, Robbie? She asked, her voice softer. Nothing, I snapped. We do nothing. We go our separate ways and finish this divorce. And maybe, just maybe, one day I'll find someone who respects me enough to be faithful. Tears filled her eyes, her voice breaking. Robbie, you know I love you, right? It was just a fling with Brad. You know that, don't you? I couldn't help but laugh, though it wasn't joyful. Why is it that every time someone gets caught being unfaithful, they suddenly say they only love their partner, and the other person was just for fun? It's true, Robbie. It was never serious with him. I'd leave him for you in a heartbeat. I'm sorry the kid isn't yours, but the next one could be. I promise. I slapped my forehead in disbelief, and Georgia looked at me like I was losing my mind. Sorry, I said, half smiling. I just had to check if I was awake. The next one will be mine. What are you even doing here, Georgia? She looked confused, her eyes shifting between me and Amy. This is my one phone call, I explained. I couldn't call my family because I don't trust them, but Amy and I had lunch recently, and she said I could trust her. At that moment, Georgia's face twisted with anger. She lunged at Amy, but before she could make contact, Amy caught her hand, and the officer stepped in to break it up. You little brat, Georgia shouted. Just because he doesn't want me doesn't mean you can come in and take him away. Amy laughed, releasing Georgia's hand just as the officer stepped between them. I haven't taken him yet, Amy said, grinning, but just wait and see. He'll forget you ever existed when I do. I couldn't help but smile at Amy's words. In that moment, she seemed far more appealing to me, as if she were marking her territory in my life. I caught her looking at me, studying me with intent. Here was a woman who had liked me for a long time, respected that I was with someone else, but now that I was free, she was ready to fight for me. It was clear that Amy wasn't backing down. Amy laughed when she saw the look on George's face. Then mine. The shock was clear on both of us. She circled around her sister and entered the interview room without saying another word. She handed me my phone, wallet, and jacket. Come on, you're free to go, she said. No charges, but you'll need to take care of Brad Jr.'s hospital bills. He's in for a mild concussion, bruised ribs, and a sprained neck. Totally worth it, I smirked, taking the items from her as Georgia silently watched, her frustration evident. I pulled Amy into a hug, but to everyone's surprise, she kissed me, a kiss that made me forget about Georgia. The officer had to intervene again, keeping Georgia back as we made our way out. We passed my mother, who had been waiting for Georgia. I didn't acknowledge her, not a glance, not a word. Even though I could feel her presence, I didn't need to. The silence said it all. We quickly left the station and caught a ride back to Darren and Tony's place. I had a sudden urge for another kiss, but Amy just laughed, telling me I'd have to wait. It was for my sister's sake, after all. Besides, she added with a grin, when you're really mine, you won't want anyone else. I paused in front of the few boxes I needed to pack. There wasn't much, but everything had to be sorted. It had been nearly a week since I made the decision to leave with Amy. My ex-wife's younger half-sister, whatever came next, I was determined to stop wallowing in self-pity and get my life back on track. I still didn't know what I would do for work. Leaving the family business, total build, had left me in a bit of a bind. Darren found me some jobs, but they weren't enough to live on. Amy told me not to worry about money or work. We'd figure it out together. Our connection grew quickly, and though it felt a bit strange, we weren't officially a couple, but it sure felt like we were. After all, I'd known Amy for years. It was more about understanding each other better, deepening our friendship. I could tell, just as I sensed it, Amy did too. Our time together was slipping into something more. It wouldn't be long before we were a real couple. In the busyness of it all, when I wasn't training or spending time with Darren, Tony, and Amy, I was packing, figuring out what to keep, what to store, and what to leave behind from my breakup with Georgia. Amy took over the moving plans with connections I didn't even know she had. She handled the movers, the money, even some legal work for my divorce. When I asked her about it, she smiled, saying it was a bit selfish, helping me make a fresh start. Amy had strange hours. She worked during the day and some evenings, but she wouldn't tell me exactly what she did, just that she had calls to take with people from different countries, most of the time. She worked from a hotel room here on the Gold Coast. When she wasn't busy, we'd go on dates, or just spend time together, and I loved that. She was always by my side, whether she was working or resting. She came to watch me train with Darren, even saw me fight on a Saturday afternoon. The match ended in a draw, but the way Amy talked about it afterward, you'd think I had won it decisively. In those early weeks, I couldn't help but think back to the kiss we'd shared in front of Georgia at the police station. It felt mutual, like we both had to hold back. We agreed to take it slow. We wanted our relationship to grow, but we also both understood the importance of me getting away from my family's influence first. The day before my move, Amy helped me pack up everything I had at Darren and Tony's. Along with the rest of my things in storage, we put it all into a large storage unit. The movers would bring it to her place in a few weeks. I only needed a few essentials, clothes, a new laptop, my training gear. That evening, we spent time at Darren and Tony's, enjoying a great Thai dinner. We chatted like old friends, like two couples who had known each other forever. Amy held my hand, giving me meaningful looks. We shared a couple of bottles of wine, played some games. Who would have thought an indie game called Throw Throw Burrito could be so much fun? When the night ended, I expected Amy to leave like usual, but instead, she followed me to the guest room where I was staying. She climbed into bed, changing into something more comfortable without me seeing. I raised an eyebrow in surprise, and she giggled. It was my turn to change into boxers, and I slid into bed beside her. Opening my arms, she nestled into me, resting her head on my shoulder. I felt her hand gently brush across my chest. "It's okay, Robbie," Amy said softly. "Even though I want to be closer, I'm not going to rush things tonight, but tomorrow you're coming with me. And if I have my way, you won't be sleeping away from me ever again." When I woke up, Amy was still close. I found my hand resting on her back, and it felt nice, a warm way to start the day. Realizing I had moved in my sleep, I gently pulled my hand away. She sighed softly at the motion. "That was nice, Robbie," she murmured, her voice sleepy but happy. "I wish I could wake up with you holding me like that every day." I felt that same warmth inside me, that same happiness, for the first time in months. I leaned in, brushing her dark hair from her neck, giving her a soft kiss, breathing in her scent. If I compared her to Georgia, I could sense similarities, but also something different. Georgia had smelled sweet like honey, but Amy, she had a fresh, invigorating scent of her own. The air smelled fresh, like the earth had just been kissed by the rain. After a few moments of soft, lingering kisses, we stood up and began preparing for the day, aware that our first long drive awaited us. Breakfast with Darren and Tony was simple, a mix of fruit and yogurt. While we ate, Darren made me promise to keep up with my training for the big fight he'd been planning for me. Amy assured me she would help keep me on track with my routine. We finished cleaning up, packed the last of our bags into my old Toyota Camry, said our goodbyes, and hit the road. For the next few hours we drove. My car, being older, lacked fancy features like Bluetooth or Spotify, so we tuned into a local rock station, keeping the volume low as we chatted. The conversation flowed easily, about the sights, the highway work, religion, politics. It was all interesting, and I found myself impressed by Amy's sharpness, especially when she caught on to things I said. Her hand would often brush against mine, and for the first time, I felt like maybe, just maybe, this relationship could really work. I told her that I used to live on the Gold Coast, a little over an hour south of Brisbane. As we drove north, Amy shared that she lived about an hour and a half north of Brisbane, mostly along the highway, in a place called the Sunshine Coast. After passing Brisbane by about an hour, I noticed Amy starting to act uneasy. Her fingers fidgeted, her gaze flickering between me and the window, and then I saw it, but I didn't say anything. I let the silence hang in the air, giving her space to deal with whatever was making her anxious. I had begun to develop strong feelings for Amy, but her behavior was puzzling. After the month we'd spent together, it seemed like she wanted to be with me, yet there was something in her demeanor, a nervousness, an unease, like she was carrying a secret she was too scared to reveal. I bit my tongue, knowing I would eventually find out what was really going on. When we finally left the highway, Amy directed me to a small gas station with a diner where I could fuel up. I went to pay, and Amy followed, holding a bag carefully. I paid for the gas, and then she waved me over to sit with her at the quietest corner of the small cafe. "Robbie," she said, reaching out to touch my arm, "I hope you know how much this means to me. The last few months with you have felt like a dream come true." She continued, But I have a feeling there's more, isn't there? I asked, sensing there was something else to it. She bit her lip gently, nodded, then pulled out a folder from her bag. There is something else, she said, but it's not what you think. Her eyes met mine with a seriousness that made me uneasy. I need you to trust me. What I'm about to tell you is important. My parents and sisters have no idea about this. She handed me the folder, and I looked at her in surprise as she asked me to read the papers inside. While I did, Amy went to grab us drinks. When she returned a few minutes later, she handed me a Coke and herself a lemonade. I glanced at the papers. They were legal documents, telling me that Amy was sharing something very important and confidential with me, warning me not to discuss it with the wrong people, like my family. The forms felt familiar, like the legal papers I signed for work every year. Amy watched me quietly while I read, her expression full of tension. When I finished, she pulled a pen from her bag and handed it to me. "Do you trust me?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. I paused, looking at her. I had known Amy since she was 15. Back then she was very thin and flat. Now she had curves that could turn heads. Her pale skin, straight black hair, and bright blue eyes were striking. I tried to see her as more than just my girlfriend, as someone I could collaborate with. She seemed confident, yet nervous, asking me to sign something without explaining everything. Amy hadn't mentioned any of this before, and now, as we were halfway through the drive, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being caught off guard. I thought back to the night before, when we had been close in bed, despite the fact that I was still going through my divorce from her sister. After reading the papers, I didn't see anything outrageous in them, nothing that forced me to do something extreme. I wanted to trust her. I took the pen, and as I signed, Amy's smile grew with each stroke. Once I finished, I handed her the folder with the signed papers. She slipped it into her bag, her hands trembling slightly. Amy walked around the table, sat down, and placed her bag aside before sitting on my lap. She kissed me softly, then pulled back, her eyes meeting mine. "I love you, Robbie," she whispered. "I hope you know that." I chuckled. "Amy, I just signed some serious papers. I'm not agreeing to marry you." She pretended to be hurt. Moving away to sit on the other side of the table, she picked up her drink, smiling. "Just so you know," she said, right before taking a sip, "you haven't said yes to marrying me yet." I was distracted by her. "Huh?" I said. "Not yet," she teased. Taking a drink, I laughed. "I guess the day is still young." We joked a bit more, until an older couple nearby got up and left, leaving us alone. "Robbie," Amy said, her tone serious as she watched the couple leave, "thank you for trusting me and signing those papers. I know it was hard, especially with what's happened with your family." I nodded, letting her continue. "Let's start from the beginning," she said, her voice firm. "I want you to understand why we're here and why those papers are so important." She paused and looked at me. I nodded, waiting for her to continue. "Do you remember when we first met?" she asked. "I was a bit of a nerd, right?" I laughed a little. "Amy, you were only 15, and you were a huge nerd. You could do things with computers that still blow my mind." She laughed, squeezing my hand gently. "You're not wrong," she said. "And yes, I was a nerd, and I still am." With a broad grin, I remembered one thing I did a while ago, diving into the world of crypto and Bitcoin mining before it had any real value. I raised my eyebrows, catching on to where she was headed. "Yes." She gave a small nod. "I had quite a few Bitcoins back then, and when their value skyrocketed, I played it smart, sold most of them at just the right moments." "So you're rich now?" I asked. My curiosity piqued about my new girlfriend's financial situation. "That's one way to put it," Amy replied quietly. "After cashing out on a good chunk of my crypto, I didn't just sit back and relax. I took that money, researched, and started an investment company called Allo. I funneled 90% of what I made into the company. Nowadays, I spend most of my time as a venture capitalist, scouting for companies and startups with potential. I have a small team, about 6 people here on the coast, a few in the States, and some in Europe. In the past year, we've been doing really well. Even attracted some US investors to fund our upcoming projects." Amy flashed me a pleased smile. "You know how much Americans love a strong Aussie woman, young, attractive, and capable of greeting them just the way they like. So Allo is doing well, huh?" I asked, genuinely curious to know how much profit she was pulling in. Amy looked at me for a second, then broke into a smile. After expenses, Alo made a $6 million profit last year. $6 million. I almost couldn't wrap my head around it. Yes, that's right. And I take 10% of the profit, she said, pride clear in her voice. Wow, just wow. I was starting to see her in a new light. Amy beamed. That's why I've got legal agreements, she continued. I don't tell many people outside of work, haven't even told my parents. They think I just work at an office, not run a business. I don't want them asking for money. It won't matter much in a few years when I have my own family, but right now, I want to keep things under wraps. I couldn't help but laugh. My girlfriend had been keeping her success a secret this whole time. So what happens now? I asked, expecting something sweet. I take you home, and we live happily ever after, she said with a big grin. We exchanged smiles and chatted for a bit while I processed everything she had just shared. Then we got back in the car, and Amy took the lead, guiding me the rest of the way to her house. When you think of someone with money, you usually picture big houses on hills or mansions near the mountains. Amy's place was more like the second one. As we cruised through the charming town of Noosa, Amy directed me up a hill into her neighborhood. We passed through large security gates into a beautiful resort-like area. Palm trees, manicured lawns, and vibrant flowers dotted the landscape. Finally, we arrived at her house. It was modern, sleek with lots of pillars and smooth lines. It looked fancy but didn't scream for attention. I parked under the awning, feeling a bit self-conscious about my old car in front of such an impressive house, but Amy didn't seem to care. She unlocked the massive double doors with a swipe of her card and helped me with my bags. As we walked in, I noticed rooms on both sides, but we headed straight into the living room, which opened up to a stunning view of the Pacific Ocean. I stood there, awestruck by the sight. "Do you like it?" Amy asked, wrapping her arms around me from behind. For a moment, I was speechless, taken away by the view. "Amy, this is incredible," I finally managed to say. "I've never seen a view this beautiful. I loved the ocean, and whenever I had to do sprints for my training, I'd always choose the beach over a treadmill. This place would be perfect for that." Amy laughed, keeping her arms wrapped around my waist. "You should check out Mrs. Ritt's view from her place on the hills. She's an old lady who looks out for me. Her balcony is even higher up, and the view from there is amazing. But I'm thankful for this one." Amy then led me up a small set of stairs to the master bedroom. It was cozy and well decorated, with a large television on one wall and both a PlayStation and Xbox below it. I smiled. Amy clearly loved her games. Even here, on one side of the room was a door leading to a bathroom and a walk-in closet. On the other, a balcony with a huge glass wall and a sliding door. I walked over, opened the door, and stepped onto the balcony, closing my eyes and taking in the salty sea breeze. Instantly, I felt all the worries from my time on the Gold Coast fade away. My divorce from Georgia was almost finalized, and my family was far enough that I wouldn't have to deal with them anytime soon if I didn't want to. I must have been standing there for a few minutes before I felt Amy come up beside me, handing me a drink. Kraken and Coke. It looked like she had the same. I raised an eyebrow, and she smiled back at me. "Hey, I've liked you for a long time," she said, grinning. "I know you love this drink, so why wouldn't I like it too?" I laughed, clinked my glass with hers, and took a couple of big sips, savoring the rum. We sat down in the chairs on the patio. The only sound was the rhythmic crashing of the waves, creating a peaceful backdrop as I took in the view. "A Bitcoin for your thoughts?" Amy asked with a laugh. I smiled back at her. "Amy," I started, pausing for a moment, feeling the weight of my thoughts. I leaned on the balcony railing and stared out at the ocean. A minute later, I felt her gentle hand on my arm. I didn't know why, but I started to cry. Tears fell from my face, splashing onto the polished concrete below. I glanced at Amy, who was looking at me with concern. I think she understood. This moment had been coming for a while. Being away from everything helped me relax, something I hadn't truly felt in a long time. After a few moments of silence, I took a deep breath, glancing at the drink in my hand before looking out at the endless horizon of the ocean. It had been a year full of so many emotions, so much anger and sadness, and through it all, I had been lost. I'd once thought I had it all: a loving family, a wife I believed wanted to be my entire world, and a future with children. The idea of becoming a father felt so real to me. I swallowed hard, forcing a small smile, though it was laced with sadness. Amy noticed, her gentle touch brushing against my arm without a word. Her presence, silent but comforting. I had spent too much time wallowing in self-pity. I almost let it all slip away. It wasn't for Darren and Tony in those early days. Maybe I would have done something drastic. Amy's hand squeezed mine as she exhaled deeply, still not speaking. I could feel the weight of her unspoken words, and as I turned my gaze to the ship far on the horizon, I felt a momentary calm, a distraction. Not long ago, Joanna had come to see me, bringing along a woman for support. She had a soft smile, one that seemed to have hidden something important. She had cared for me for years but had never dared speak of it until now. Amy nodded quietly, her eyes still on me, but it was clear she wasn't bothered by this woman's presence. This woman had been calling me every day, following me wherever I went. Her touch was constant, always holding my hand, never letting go, and when we were together, there was laughter, and I knew, in those moments, she'd be by my side through everything, through my sadness, through my grief. She, too, knew the pain of loss, having lost a sister, yet here she was, bringing me to this place, pointing at the ocean and then at the house behind us, this place where she had brought me, a beautiful getaway, where I discovered so much more about her. She was wealthy, brilliant, funny, and with a smile so bright, and those eyes, blue like the sea, like the very ocean stretching before us. I turned to her, gently holding her chin, my fingers brushing her soft cheek as I locked eyes with her. "Amy," I said, taking in a deep breath, ready to say the words I had been too afraid to speak. "You told me earlier that you love me, and I've been carrying so much pain, but you brought me here, not just for me to heal, but because you care, and I know, no, I feel it too." I could barely get the words out, but it felt like something had been lifted. "It started when Joanna left and you chose to stay." I paused, feeling the rush of emotions. "I'm scared of admitting it, but Amy, I love you too." Her voice trembled slightly, and she asked softly, "You love me, really?" As though she could hardly believe it. Seeing the tears in my eyes, I nodded. "I do, Amy. I really do. I know I'm far from perfect, but I love you, and it feels stronger than anything I ever felt before, stronger than what I felt for Georgia. Because this is just the beginning for us. I love you because you've never asked anything from me. You never demanded a thing. You're always there, and when I see you, my heart races. When you're not around, it's like the warmth disappears, and when my phone rings, I hope it's you, every day, and I can't even imagine leaving you, even if it's just for this." I gestured around at the ocean, the house, everything around us. I thought we'd be stuck in some small, noisy apartment with annoying neighbors, but instead, this is us. Amy laughed, the sound a melody that made me smile. "We can move there if you want," she teased. "But honestly, I love it here. As long as I'm with you, I'd be happy anywhere." I leaned in, giving her a soft kiss, feeling the warmth between us, before we sat back down on the balcony table, the breeze catching in our hair. "So, what's next?" I asked, curiosity in my voice. She took a sip of her drink, thinking for a moment before replying. "Not many people know about Al outside the investment world, and the few that do are bound by the same rules of privacy you are. Believe it or not, I have to follow them too." She raised an eyebrow at my surprised look. "I want to keep my money safe, Robbie. I've worked hard for it, and it was lucky timing at first. But I succeeded because of that privacy. We invest quietly, as private equity most of the time, and it turns out well with the right guidance." Her tone shifted, growing serious. "As for us," she said, locking eyes with me, "I really want you to join me. I have to visit the Alro teams in the US and Europe, and I'd love for you to come along." She smiled as I raised an eyebrow. "You want me to come with you?" I asked, making her giggle. "Yes, Robbie," she replied. "I meant what I said last night. I want you with me every night. I want you far away from my difficult sister and your chaotic family for a while, and when we get back, I have an idea for you," she added with a mischievous grin. I laughed. "I believe you," I said, then paused, considering I was starting to realize that Amy always had a plan. "Okay, let's do it," I said, a playful grin forming on my face. "Amy," I asked, "will you be my girlfriend?" She didn't answer right away, but placed her drink down and kissed me softly, pulling away. "That's a yes," I said with a smile. "Of course. I've been your girlfriend since I helped you out of jail," she teased, slapping my arm lightly, and we both laughed, drawing our chairs closer together, spending the afternoon talking about all the places she wanted to show me. That night, we had dinner at a beautiful restaurant, just a short walk from her house, and Amy was more excited than I had ever seen her. She couldn't wait to show me her life, to introduce me to everything. When we returned to her house, she led me to the room where I could unpack my things, pointing out drawers in the walk-in closet, just for me, before she left to make some calls, telling me to take a shower, relax, and explore the house. I wandered around, amazed by the sheer size and beauty of everything. 5 bedrooms, each with a view of the water, 1 for her and 2 sharing a bathroom, the others with their own private bathrooms, a well-organized workout room with weights, a punching bag, and various machines, a wine cellar stocked with fine selections, a large kitchen with a pantry, and 3 ovens. Every corner seemed to invite me to explore, and I was only getting started. As I wandered through the space, I could hear Amy on what I assumed was a conference call from her office. She was talking about companies I didn't recognize, requesting a slew of financial reports, and mentioning, in a conversation with a woman who had a British accent, that we would be visiting soon. I sneaked a glance into her office, which was large, filled with screens, monitors, TVs, and cameras. She seemed to be waiting for a call to connect, and when she saw me, she gestured for me to come in. I smiled and shook my head, not wanting to intrude on her work life, so I quietly made my way back to the master bedroom and jumped into the shower. The water pressure was fantastic, and I felt as though all my worries were being washed away. When I was done, I sat on the deck, enjoying the cool evening breeze and the expansive view. I dialed Darren and Tony to let them know that Amy and I had arrived safely. They were curious about the place, but I didn't feel comfortable giving away too much, unsure of what I could share. We chatted about my training for the upcoming fight, and halfway through, Amy came outside onto the balcony with a smile. When she realized I was talking to Darren and Tony, I put the phone on speaker, and we all talked for about 30 minutes, discussing the trip. Darren even asked me about my training routine. I laughed, telling him, "You should see the gym setup Amy has here, Darren. It's going to be amazing for training." Instantly, I realized I shouldn't have said that, and looked at Amy with surprise. She just laughed. "It really is," she said, her eyes sparkling. "I've been using it when I can, but honestly, I set it up about a month ago, so you'd have a place to train. We'll get you up here soon. Sounds good?" "Sounds great. Can't wait to see your new place, Robbie," Darren responded. I could hear the smile in his voice. I mouthed an apology to Amy, but she just smiled back, signaling that she was going to take a shower and that I should keep chatting. I continued talking with Darren about how I was preparing for my first big fight in a few weeks in Brisbane. It was a huge deal since it would be my first professional fight. Darren thought I was ready, but this time we would have to drive from different directions instead of together. A few minutes later, I hung up and walked back into the room. Amy, freshly out of the shower, emerged from the bathroom. "Amy, I'm really sorry about the gym comment. My words trailed off, and I couldn't finish my thought." Amy stood in the doorway between the bedroom and the bathroom, dressed in a simple outfit that immediately caught my attention. It was delicate fabric that covered certain parts of her body, but the rest was mostly lace. I had mentioned before that Amy and Georgia shared a resemblance, but their similarities pretty much ended there. They were only half-sisters, sharing the same mother, but having different fathers. Amy's dad, Peter, is one of the most laid-back and wonderful people I know, and it's clear that Amy gets a lot of her looks from him. Right now, Amy's figure stood out in a way that was striking compared to Georgia's. On the other hand, Georgia's dad, Steve, didn't seem to pass down the best genes, though that's not really fair, as their older sister, Ruth, also has Steve as her father, and from what I know, she's very devoted to her husband. But let's get back to the story. I've talked before about Amy's black hair and blue eyes, but now, as she stood there in the doorway, I was seeing the woman I was falling for in a whole new light. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, partially covering her chest. Her smooth, fair skin was radiant, still glowing from the shower she had just taken. She wore just a touch of makeup, enough to enhance her features without overdoing it, and I must have been staring too long because she suddenly burst into laughter. "Do you like what you see?" she asked, swaying her hips playfully as she walked toward the bed. "Amy, "You're the most beautiful person I've ever seen," I said, as she stepped into my arms, and our lips met, sending sparks through the air. Amy smiled as we pulled away. After what felt like an eternity, we gazed into each other's eyes. "I bet you say that to all the girls," she teased for a moment. I thought carefully. "You're the first woman to make me lose my train of thought like this," I replied, and we smiled as we exchanged sweet little kisses. "Then come here and show me how much you care," she said softly as we moved toward the bed. "You were amazing. How could I ever get tired of you?" The worry she'd felt seemed to fade as she saw I wasn't judging her past. We spent the next month settling in. Amy introduced me to her team at the NSA. I also met her housekeeper and gardener, who kept everything in perfect order, especially when Amy was away. Once they realized who I was, they all smiled warmly during our introductions. They all knew Amy had liked me for a long time, and it made them happy to see her so cheerful. Amy also found time to introduce me to her lawyer, George Brady, an older man who looked every bit the successful attorney you would expect. At Amy's request, George became my lawyer for the divorce, handling all of her legal matters and now mine as well. George told me I needed to meet with Georgia in a few weeks to sign the final papers, and that he'd come with me to walk me through my case. He mentioned that, as often happens, Georgia's lawyer was trying to drag things out, thinking that if they fought hard enough, I might change my mind about the divorce, but in my mind, nothing would stop it. I was certain of that. I had undeniable evidence, thanks to the video and paternity test, proving that George's son, who was biologically his, was not mine, and there was no going back from that. Neither Georgia nor my family could convince me to change my mind. I made it clear to George that, initially, both Georgia and my family tried to make people believe the child was mine, but they stopped once my first lawyer pointed out that doing so could be considered deception, which would only make all of them look bad if it came to light. George was confident that we'd be able to finalize the divorce smoothly, but then, to my surprise, he changed the subject, his tone turning serious as he advised me to look after Amy. He told me he saw her more like a daughter in need of protection, rather than just a client. I smiled and assured him that I would make sure he wouldn't take advantage of her, seeing him as a tough lawyer. By the time we finished our conversation, we were laughing like old friends, joking around, both of us aware of how much we cared for Amy. It was unusual, but for the first time in my life, I actually liked a lawyer. Over the next few years, George became one of my closest friends. I think Amy and I spent more time with him and his wife, Cynthia, than with anyone else. George even helped me get my passport renewed and arranged all the visas I needed for Amy's upcoming trip abroad. Everything was set for us to leave shortly after the divorce was finalized. But the thing that really occupied my mind was the fight ahead of me. It was going to be my first professional match, and it would take place in Brisbane. I felt a little nervous since it was going to be broadcast on one of the cable channels. My opponent was a professional fighter from the US, and he'd be using me as a warm-up before a big match against one of the top Australian fighters, scheduled to happen a few weeks after mine. I was prepared for a tough fight. I knew I could hold my own, but I didn't expect to win. I was surprised when Amy managed to get Darren and Tony to agree to keep everything private. A few weeks before the fight, she brought them in to help me train for the last 2 weeks. The plan was for Darren to focus on my training, while Tony helped with my meals. Once they got over the shock of Amy's situation, Darren pushed me hard, making me train for hours each day. We ran 10 kilometers on the beach twice a day, with Darren making me run on the soft sand for half of it. Before tiring me out in the gym, Darren's regular job was as a trainer at a martial arts gym. We had met a few years earlier when I wanted to learn different martial arts. Initially, I trained to improve my mental focus, as the various techniques helped clear my mind and taught me how to handle business better. After training with me for a while, Darren believed I had the potential to become a good amateur MMA fighter, and he thought local competitions would help me develop. Over the next few years, Darren became my coach for several fights. We didn't earn much, just enough for a few drinks. But over the last year, my reputation as a fighter started to grow. My frustration with everything had caught the attention of the National MMA League, and they wanted me to fight professionally. Since it was going to be on television, win or lose, we'd still get a good paycheck. Even a tie would mean nearly 3 months' worth of pay for Darren. It felt good to earn some money, especially since I didn't have a steady job. It made me feel less like I was just living off Amy. Every other day, Darren would change up our routine. We'd run twice as far with light workouts, and then spend hours analyzing videos of my opponent, discussing strategies. But the best part of my day was the evenings, when Amy would give me amazing massages that eased my tired muscles, which felt incredible. And Tony cooked our meals. I was used to strict diets before a fight, but this one was even more serious. She made sure I managed my calories, sugar, and fat. Tony was excellent at this, and I was grateful the food didn't taste bland. When she wasn't focusing on my meals, Tony spent a lot of time with Amy. I noticed she began acting like an older sister to Amy. Tony had lost her younger sister in a tragic boating accident many years ago, so I was happy my girlfriend brought her some comfort. On fight day, Amy, Darren, Tony, and I drove to Brisbane in Darren's truck. I was surprised to see a few of Amy's staff were coming too. They had never seen an MMA fight before. MMA stands for Mixed Martial Arts. I had trained hard in karate and Muay Thai, and I believed that mix had made me strong and ready for this fight. In the dressing room, we prepared for the match while Amy and Tony watched. I warmed up with Darren, stretching and moving around. I wanted to be fully prepared when I entered the ring. About an hour before the fight, the event organizer came in, saying the reporters and camera crews were ready for the pre-fight meeting. My opponent, Cody McInnes, was a tall guy, standing 6'3", with broad shoulders and strong arms. He was mainly a boxer, though he'd trained a bit in Taekwondo. Cody had turned professional in boxing a few years ago and had won 3 matches by knockout. He was ranked mid-level in the US MMA League. Not everyone knew him, but he had enough of a following to get noticed by cable sports channels. He made a decent living, though I wondered how he managed to save money, considering he had a whole team traveling with him. When we moved to the interview area, Cody and I posed for photos together, then separately for a few tougher shots. Before we headed to the weigh-in, Cody gave off this vibe that he was just a tough guy, but deep down, he seemed like a decent enough person. Still, he had this air of certainty about him, as if he was already sure he'd come out on top. After the photos were done, he approached me to shake my hand. "I wish you luck tonight, Robbie," he said, his expression serious. "But I'm sorry I have to beat you." I couldn't help but laugh, figuring he was just trying to play some mind games, a trick fighters often pull. "All good, mate," I replied, my voice adopting a playful Australian accent. "Just make sure they can schedule your next fight after I take you down," I added with a grin. He let out a laugh and stood there, hands on his hips. "Sure, little man, believe what you want," he said. "But just so you know, I've already arranged an ambulance for you, in case your girl over there needs a ride later." He nodded in Amy's direction, then turned and walked off, as if I didn't even matter. I glanced over at Amy, her cheeks flushed from his words. "Don't worry, honey," I said as I walked toward her. "He's just messing around. It's all part of the game, trying to get in my head before the fight." "I know," she replied, still watching him go. "But that was really uncalled for." I chuckled. "Actually, that was pretty mild. Some guys really get nasty with their insults." We both laughed a bit, easing the tension. "Speaking of ex-wives," Tony chimed in, looking a bit uncomfortable. "Your family's in the crowd tonight." "What?" Amy and I both shouted, our surprise clear as we looked at Tony. He nodded. "I'm sorry, I thought you should know now, so you can be ready," he explained. "I saw them in line for tickets earlier. Looks like everyone's here, Georgia, Joanna, your parents, and even your brother." "Great, just what I need," I muttered. Feeling a wave of frustration hit me, Amy pulled me aside quickly, grabbing my arm. "Use it," she whispered urgently. "Use what?" I asked, confused. "The hurt they caused you," she said, pointing towards the stage doors where the crowd was starting to fill the seats. "Turn it into strength. If you can't shake it off, then push it forward and let it fuel your fight. Show them just how angry you are." About an hour later, I felt calm and prepared. As I stepped into the ring, I snuck a quick look at my family. They waved, but I turned away without acknowledging them. The arena was small, barely half full. It could have been in a fancy gym, but the organizers wanted Cody to get used to this place before his bigger match in a few weeks. They kept saying I was just a warm-up for him. The arena held about 700 seats. My family sat far off in the back, which suited me just fine. They'd never come to see one of my fights before. Not even Georgia. She always thought it was too violent. Even though she liked that I stayed fit, she refused to come when we were together. Now, with the divorce looming, it was clear they were trying to pull me back into their world. I suspected the real reason they came was to change my mind before the upcoming court date. From Amy's dad, Peter, I learned that Total Build was struggling. My parents had to lay off about a third of their staff. They lost several clients because of mix-ups with quotes, including the one that sent me to Melbourne and set all this trouble in motion. Peter said he enjoyed being a dad, but Georgia was having a tough time with Brad Jr. My older brother wasn't living up to his responsibilities. After I left, he moved in with my ex-wife. The rumors painted him as a lazy father, someone who preferred to drink or stay out late instead of taking care of his son. He even called the boy the brat, like it was some kind of joke. So knowing my family was struggling, my ex-wife was unhappy, and fueled by the anger they had shown by showing up, I was ready to take it all out on Cody. When Cody entered the arena, the crowd erupted in cheers, the music blasted loudly, and a big video montage played, showing how he believed he was the best in what he called our small Australian town. We touched gloves and moved to our corners. The bell rang, and we were off. Cody came at me with quick punches aimed straight at my face, trying to throw me off balance. I dodged most of them, retaliating with some of my kickboxing moves aimed at his legs. Cody nearly went down 3 times in that first round, but he managed to stay on his feet, landing a couple of solid punches that hurt. But I got a few good hits in too. By the end of the first round, I felt like we were even. When the bell rang for the second round, Cody seemed less confident, more cautious. We exchanged punches again, and as a boxer, he kept trying for a headshot. He landed a few more that made me a bit dizzy, but I came back with shots to his body, legs, and even one to his head. Still, he stayed standing. Though it wasn't easy for him, in the third round, we circled each other, and the referee had to step in to separate us. That's when I made a mistake. For just a moment, I took my eyes off Cody, distracted by my older brother, who was laughing and pointing at me. In that split second, Cody landed a punch to my face, and I hit the ground hard, stunned for a moment. I heard the referee start counting. By the time I realized what happened, he was at 4. I got up. The referee looked me in the eyes, asking if I was okay to continue. I nodded, but my gaze drifted past him, landing on Brad Jr., who was grinning and chatting with the crowd, his arm around Georgia's shoulder, my parents and sister laughing along. A surge of anger hit me. I shook my head, trying to clear it. As the referee stepped back, I was immediately back in the zone with Cody, my punches hitting harder than before. I was using my legs and knees more efficiently, and Cody was caught off guard, raising his arms to block my attacks. I could see the shift in his stance. It was as though he thought I'd let the round end for a break, which had been my plan too, but I was still catching my breath, feeling the aftershocks of his earlier blow and trying to shake off the fatigue from my furious assaults. But then, in a split second, I saw it. He dropped his guard, convinced I wouldn't strike. And that's when it clicked. That was my moment. I wasted no time, and with the same move I had used on Brad months ago, I leaped into the air with a flying kick aimed straight for Cody's head. Time seemed to slow. The crowd noise faded. Everything felt surreal. As I watched my foot cut through the air, I turned my body mid-flight, adding power, and the moment it landed, a collective gasp swept through the arena. For just a heartbeat, there was silence, a stillness in the air as Cody's body recoiled from the force. He crashed into the side of the ring like a rag doll, his body slumping, his mouthguard dangling, twitching slightly, but his eyes were closed, drool starting to trickle down the side of his mouth. The referee immediately moved to him, counting loudly. The crowd remained frozen, waiting for a sign, but when the bell finally rang, the roar of excitement filled the room. I raised my fist, turned to face the crowd, and felt the surge of celebration. But when I caught sight of Brad, Jr., Georgia, and my family, they weren't cheering. Brad's face was pale, probably remembering my move from that night with Brad. I locked eyes with him and whispered, "You got this." My brother nodded. I could see he understood. An ambulance crew rushed in to check on Cody, after administering smelling salts. They quickly moved him out on a stretcher. Headed for the hospital, the referee took my hand and announced the result into the microphone. "The winner by knockout, your new champion, Robbie." Before I even had time to process, Darren, Tony, and Amy were already in the ring with me. Darren's smile was enormous. Tony was clapping and beaming. Amy hugged me tight, nearly knocking the wind out of me. I winced a bit, feeling bruised ribs, but then she kissed me. The crowd erupted once more. I noticed a few things. The sports reporter waving his arms wildly as he spoke into the camera. Amy was still clinging to me, her pride shining through. And then I saw my family, now arguing with Georgia. I pointed them out to Darren, Tony, and Amy, and we all burst out laughing as my family continued their back and forth. It felt like hours before they calmed down. After the match, I went through all the post-fight checks. Darren was genuinely surprised by the payout. The amount was way more than anyone had expected. Everyone had pegged me as the underdog, especially with Cody's reputation. But it turned out we had more than enough for drinks afterward. The interview followed, and the reporters wanted to know what had pushed me to keep going in the third round. I fabricated some heroic tale about pushing myself further than ever, but when they asked about my finishing move, I grinned and said, "I have to thank my brother for that one. He inspired me." It was a nod to that moment, when he'd gotten under my skin a few months back. My family might never see that interview, but who knows, after it wrapped up, I headed back to the dressing room with Darren, Tony, and Amy. "That was nonsense," Amy laughed. Once we were away from the reporters, I turned to her confused. She was grinning. "Excuse me?" I asked, as Darren removed my hand wraps and Tony brought over an ice bucket. "Nonsense," she repeated, still laughing. "That whole story, complete nonsense." We all burst out laughing, and I chuckled. What can I say? I got angry because my brother was teasing me and had my soon-to-be ex-wife with him trying to mess with me. Amy smirked. "Well, that's one way to put it," but she held back a laugh. "I know the real story." Then she couldn't contain herself anymore, and we all joined in. Darren finally finished removing my wraps and had me stick my hands in the ice for a good 15 minutes. My gloves were light compared to most fighters, so it made the physical toll worse on my body. Even though I won, Cody had hit hard, and I realized if it wasn't for my brother messing with me, I might not have been able to pull through. "You were great out there tonight," Tony said, sitting down on a bench. "I don't think anyone saw that coming, not even me." I sighed and joined him on the bench, my knuckles starting to feel better. "Cody was strong," I said. "But yeah, that kick, where did that come from?" Darren asked, shaking his head in disbelief. I smiled, explaining how I'd tried something similar against Brad. They knew I'd been in the police station after that incident, but I hadn't told them about putting Brad in the hospital for 2 days with a concussion. We laughed together, talking through the key moments in the fight, and as I relaxed, my body started to cool down. Darren told me I was finally starting to calm down, so he guided me to another room where he worked on massaging the tension out of my muscles before I could feel any soreness at all. After that, he suggested I take a shower in the locker room. As I walked in, I was surprised to find Amy already in there, surrounded by the thick steam, holding a washcloth and some soap. She smiled at me and said it was her turn to take care of me as she gently scrubbed me down. I couldn't help but think that Amy should come to all my fights if my post-fight showers were going to be like this. As we finished up and stepped out about 20 minutes later, Darren and Tony were waiting for us, grinning from ear to ear, probably because of the sounds they'd no doubt heard echoing from the locker room. I felt so much more relaxed than I ever had after a fight. Most of the crowd had already left, including my family, which honestly helped me feel at ease. We checked in with the event staff and got the green light to leave the arena. It was just past midnight when we finally stepped outside. I was exhausted but happy that Darren and Tony had agreed to drive us to Amy's place. They planned to spend a few days with us on the Sunshine Coast, a place I'd never lived but now sounded perfect compared to the Gold Coast, where we'd spent most of our lives. As we walked toward Darren's truck, we suddenly heard someone shout my name. "Robbie, wait!" My mum nearly screamed. They must have been waiting at one of the public gates for us to emerge for hours. My family looked exhausted, my mother rushing ahead, anxiety written all over her face. I glanced at her, Amy's hand still firmly holding mine, while Darren and Tony lagged behind. "Robbie, please wait, don't go," my mother pleaded as she got closer. I let go of Amy's hand, crossing my arms, locking eyes with her. She looked worn, her once brown hair now almost completely white. The grey strands long since taking over, deep lines had formed on her face, and though she had never been athletic, she'd been fit. Now she was out of breath. "What is it, Mum?" I asked, Amy resting an arm around my waist. My mum looked at Amy for a second, then focused back on me. I mean, Robbie, Joanna, Brad Jr., Georgia, and my father caught up to us, forming a loose circle around Amy and me. Darren and Tony stayed a little further back, Tony leaning on Darren. My father exchanged a brief glance with Amy before turning back to me. "Son, come home. It's been a year now. We've moved past it, but it's time for you to return," he said with such finality. Both Amy and I chuckled. "Return?" I echoed with a grin. "Yes, son, return," my father said firmly, as if he was speaking to a stubborn child. "You should never have walked away from us. You need to stop being so stubborn and come back." Amy scoffed, and without missing a beat. "Sure," I replied, stretching the word out in mock agreement. Amy's face turned angry. "And you actually forgive him?" she snapped. I raised an eyebrow. "Be quiet, Amy, this isn't your issue," Georgia retorted. "Amy," my mum said before Amy could respond. An understanding look passed over her face as she locked eyes with my girlfriend. "You're George's little sister, half-sister," Amy smirked. "But yes, I'm stuck with a sister who's got other men on the side." The two sisters shot daggers at each other with their eyes. "Honestly," Amy went on, still grinning, "I think she got her bad luck from her dad. My dad is really loyal to our mum." "Stop it, Amy," Georgia hissed. "Robbie is still my husband, only for a few more days, then he's all mine," Amy said, her arms wrapping protectively around my waist. Georgia glared at her sister. I admit, it was kind of amusing to see them argue over me. I thought to myself, "So you're not even divorced? And you're with your wife's sister?" Brad Jr. tried to sound serious. "Be quiet, Brad," Georgia snapped at him. It was clear he wasn't eager to get any closer to me. Amy and I both chuckled, and I heard Darren and Tony giggling too. Hey, at least I waited until I found out that my clueless brother and my cheating ex-wife were together, with the family's blessing. I shot back, "Oh, and Brad, just between us, you can keep Georgia. I think I picked the wrong sister the first time. Georgia's nothing compared to this little spark," I said, pulling Amy closer and gazing into her eyes. Amy met my gaze, her eyes full of playfulness, and for a moment, I couldn't take my eyes off her. Then I turned my attention back to my older brother, who had now turned a shade of red that had nothing to do with the heat of the night. I wasn't sure if it was embarrassment, anger, or jealousy, but I figured I could have a little more fun, especially since they had come all this way to see me. "Hey, Brad, did you like my big move tonight? Did it feel a bit familiar?" I grinned. Brad's face flushed even more, this time clearly embarrassed. I laughed. "I might be shorter than you, but I'm in better shape. You'd never be able to take me on," I teased. And Darren and Tony both laughed again. I turned back to my father. "So, Brad," I said, refocusing on the main issue, "Amy had a good question. What have I done that you think I should be forgiven for? Shouldn't it be the other way around? You walked out on us, you ungrateful jerk." He shot back, clearly upset. I think my teasing about his son had gotten to him. "After everything we did for you, you just left." "After everything you did for me?" I asked, still trying to make sense of his words. "After everything you did," I repeated, genuinely shocked, still processing. My sister Joanna, who never held back, jumped in, as always, her mouth running faster than her mind. Perhaps that was why her relationships never seemed to last, her brown hair always messy, giving her the appearance of someone who couldn't quite keep it together. "Your job, you fool," she blurted out. Joanna's voice cut through the air, her nostrils flaring as she burst out. "Mum and Dad got you a job right after high school, letting you study while working, and you threw it back in their faces." The words stung, the sharpness of her tone cutting into the silence that followed. "That little outburst of yours is really hurtful," she added, as if trying to underscore her point. And I knew she was implying something everyone else already understood, what my parents were trying to say. But the truth was, they didn't want to admit what they truly felt. They didn't want to admit how betrayed they were, or how they still thought it was okay to treat me the way they had all along. I turned toward my parents, my voice soft but firm. "Brad, Hattie," I said, calling them by their names for the first time in years, letting the distance I felt between us show. Both of them paused, their gazes meeting mine for a brief moment before they offered weak smiles in return. "Thanks for the job after high school," I said, adding no warmth to my words. But the university scholarship, that was something I earned myself. I worked for that, and I never once let the quality of my work slip because of anyone else's sponsorship, not even for you, I added, my eyes narrowing. Their smiles quickly faded as my words hit their mark. I never let my martial arts training get in the way of work, I continued, my tone hardening, and I never let the laziness or mistakes of my siblings hold me back. Can you say the same? The question hung in the air, a challenge they couldn't easily answer. Of course we can, my father replied, his voice defensive, trying to regain control of the conversation. But I wasn't done. Really? I shot back, not giving him a moment to regain his footing. So, your family life is perfect, and the business is booming without me. Is that how it is? I raised an eyebrow, waiting for a response, and when none came, I smirked. I didn't think so, I muttered under my breath, watching as Georgia shifted uncomfortably under my stare. She took a step back, visibly uneasy. My parents looked at her, their faces reddening in embarrassment, but I wasn't finished. Look, I sighed, my patience wearing thin. Nothing has changed in a year. I asked all of you to leave me alone. I told you I want nothing to do with any of you, but you keep coming after me, acting like it's all my fault that you're unhappy. It's not my fault. Maybe you should start looking at yourselves. That's not fair, Joanna interrupted, her voice sharp. It's not our fault your partner couldn't stay loyal. Her words fell from her lips before she could stop them, and she immediately covered her mouth, realizing her mistake too late. Finally, someone had said what I'd been thinking all along, but it only made things more tense. Joanna glanced at Georgia, who was now beet red, mortified, but no one else spoke, the room thick with the weight of silence. For the first time in what felt like ages, no one knew what to say. I'm sorry, Georgie, Joanna muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. It just slipped out. She quickly turned back to me, waving her hand at Georgia dismissively, her glare still fixed on me. See, if you'd just followed the plan, she said, I wouldn't have to embarrass my sister-in-law like this. I couldn't help but laugh, a dry chuckle escaping me as I felt Amy giggling beside me, unable to contain herself. As nice as it has been to see you, I said, my tone laced with sarcasm. I appreciate everyone cheering for me tonight, but unless you have something really important to say, we've got a long drive ahead of us. Where are you living? My mother asked, her voice laced with concern. Pretty far from all of you, I answered, perhaps a little too bluntly, but I wasn't in the mood to pretend. You're living with my sister? Georgia asked, her voice sharp with accusation. Sister, Amy replied cheerfully, but the tension in the room only thickened between the two of them. Sorry, sis, but I've only been with one guy my whole life, and I'm sticking with him, Amy added, her tone firm. You had your chance and missed it. All right, ladies, I said, cutting through the rising tension. Georgia, it's time to move on. I don't want anything to do with you again after what you did. For heaven's sake, I continued, the kid isn't even mine. I glanced at Amy, whose wide, innocent eyes met mine, as if trying to gauge the situation. Calm down, Amy said with a small bark of laughter, her smile brightening. If I had a tail, I bet I'd be wagging it right now, she added, trying to lighten the mood. But it didn't really work. I turned back to my family, my voice cold. You all need to understand that I am not going back to total build. I don't want to see any of you or hear from you ever again, if I can help it. Why? My mother asked, almost pleading. Do I really need to explain that? I asked, my voice rising in frustration. After everything from the past year, have you heard anything I've said? Come on, son. Haven't you ever made a mistake? My father said softly, his voice laced with a hint of concern. Yes, many, I replied, but I take responsibility for them when I mess up. I apologize, I try to make things right. I don't ignore the pain I caused and just pretend it didn't happen. I took a deep breath, trying to keep my emotions in check, and believe me, I'm hurt. We're sorry, my mother started, her voice soft, but my father cut her off. Is that really how you feel? He asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. You still don't get it, do you? You keep treating me badly. You show no regret for what you've done, and yet you think I'm the problem. I shot back, feeling a surge of anger rise in me. All of you are mistaken. Of course, this is how I feel. For a long moment, no one spoke. My father just stared at me, his eyes intense as he thought over what I had said. Part of me held on to a fragile hope that maybe someone in my family would finally begin to understand what I'd been through, but the moment passed in silence. Okay then, my father finally said, his voice calm but firm. If you feel this way, then you're out of this family, he declared. Everyone, including me, froze, the weight of his words sinking in. You think you're special because you're hurt, he continued, his voice growing colder. Let me tell you something, Robert. You are not special. You were an unwanted child who shouldn't have been born. Your only real purpose was for the company. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine as my father's words echoed in the room. You want to know why we never told you about Brad and Georgia? He asked, a sneer twisting his lips. Because you didn't deserve to know. You've always thought you were better than us. So forget you, Robert. He paused, eyes narrowing as he added, From what I gather, you haven't had a job since you left us. You've been living with people who aren't doing well, and with your wife's half-sister. No, Dad, my mother said softly, trying to intervene, but my father was far from done. We gave you a year to get yourself together, he shouted, the anger bubbling over. We came here tonight to make peace, to offer you a chance to come back and work, hoping you'd take our thanks. But instead, we find someone acting like they're better than everyone else, and that we owe you an apology. You must be dreaming, kid. Brad Jr. grinned widely, and Joanna looked worried, glancing back and forth between me and our father. I simply shrugged, trying to keep my composure, but my father was far from finished. So you want to keep being disrespectful? He said, his voice cold with fury. Fine, it's your choice. Tomorrow, I'll go to a lawyer and take you out of our will. The tension was thick. My father was furious. We'll take you to court for every cent you have, for causing chaos with Total Build. You'll regret not accepting our forgiveness, he snapped. You'll remember this day for the rest of your life, how we took everything from you, leaving you penniless and in debt to us for years, all because you refused to pull yourself together. I raised an eyebrow. Are you done? I asked, not quite smiling, but there was a hint of amusement. Not even close. Dad shot back, his face twisted with anger. I'll do whatever it takes to make sure you never hold a decent job again. The moment I find out you're employed, I'll call them and make sure they know what a failure you are. I'll work tirelessly to keep you broke until you beg us for forgiveness. But when that day comes, you'll realize that forgiveness doesn't exist for you in this family anymore. You'll end up with nothing, living on the streets. Amy, who had been quietly watching, couldn't help but tease. Wow, Dad, he sounds serious, she smirked. Don't get all high and mighty, young lady. My father barked, his eyes narrowing. If you're with him, you're in trouble too. I heard how you went after him the moment you could, you little troublemaker. Shame on you for wanting your sister's husband. Amy's smile grew wider. Really? She replied with mock surprise, pulling out her phone. Could you please say that again? This way Robbie and I can listen to it while we struggle on the streets, thanks to your so-called righteous anger. She began recording, her tone dripping with sarcasm. My father paused, glancing at her phone and then back at her. The air grew still as everyone held their breath. From this day forward, he declared, his voice firm and cold, Robert is no longer part of this family. He'll have no claim to any of our assets, and he will be removed from the will. If he tries to come crawling back, I won't allow it. I own Total Build, and I will take Robert to court for every penny we lost when he abandoned us at a critical time. We'll make sure every employer and supplier knows we welcomed him back, but he chose to leave. We will make his life miserable. He and his little sidekick will never find peace, and they'll regret crossing us. Is that clear? Absolutely, Amy responded with a grin, putting her phone away. Dad scoffed, and my family stared at him like something was off. My mum kept glancing between Dad and me, concern written all over her face. She could see things weren't going well, not this time. Do what you want, Dad snapped at Amy, whose grin didn't falter, but good luck finding a lawyer as good as mine. Next year, you'll both be wishing you'd never crossed paths with us. You'll have nothing. He shot me one last furious look, and I returned it with the same intensity. In that moment, I realized something: we were alike, both stubborn as hell. As Dad turned on his heel and stormed out, Brad, Jr., and Joanna exchanged worried glances, clearly thinking I was the one who was in deep trouble, probably because of Dad's raging words. My mum and Georgia were still standing there, eyes flicking between me and Amy. Georgia shot us a sad look before turning to leave, leaving my mum standing alone with me. You really had to push him, didn't you? She said, her voice laced with worry but not anger. I've never seen you so determined. Maybe if you apologized. No, Hattie, I interrupted, shaking my head. I doubt it would change anything. I know where my stubbornness comes from. That's why I haven't forgiven any of you. My mother sighed, and I could see the sadness in her eyes. She was torn, caught between wanting to make peace and the reality of my father's actions. Go, Hattie, I added sharply. Follow your husband, but let me give you one piece of advice. She looked at me, her face drawn with concern, waiting for what I had to say. I took a deep breath before continuing. Tell Brad, if he tries any of the things he said tonight, or if I hear him speak badly of me, I will burn this family and this business to the ground. There will be nothing left. He wants a fight? He'll get one. You don't have the resources for that, Robbie, my mother said carefully. It doesn't matter, I replied, shaking my head. If he wants a fight, I'll give it to him. Look at what's happening now. It's been a year, and you've already lost a third of your business. You're about to lose half your team, and all your products are coming back because they were poorly made. It's like no one knows what to do without me. If Brad really wants to fight, then he should think about what he saw in the ring tonight. Think about the focus and strength it takes to win. Imagine what I could do with that same focus, but now against my family. I paused, locking eyes with her. Tell him, Hattie. Let it go. I don't need any of you, but if he doesn't back off, it'll be all of you against me. For the first time, I saw the sadness in my mother's eyes, a sadness that said she knew I was right. If they came at me, it would be them who lost, not me. It won't help, Robbie, she whispered, tears welling in her eyes. He meant every word he said tonight. I've tried to convince him to back down, but he won't listen. I stood there, silent, as she wiped her eyes. Robbie, she added softly, your father never expected you, and that's true, but never think you were a mistake. I love you, my dear boy, and I'm sorry for everything. We should have never kept Georgia and Brad's affair from you, or the child. But I won't regret having my grandchild, even if it wasn't planned. Her words hung in the air, heavy with regret, as she glanced at Amy. Please, she said, her voice barely above a whisper, take care of my son. He's going to need someone in the fight ahead. Amy nodded, her voice filled with quiet pride. I think we saw tonight that Robbie knows how to handle himself. My mother shook her head. Not like this, she said. Your father will come at him like he said. He will try to hurt him. Robbie, wanting to make a point, felt the tension rise as Tony spoke up for the first time, standing firm against his own family. You need to stand up to your husband, Hattie, Tony said, her voice cutting through the room. Tell him to back off. That's your son. He's about to face consequences. Mom, however, just shook her head. It won't matter, she muttered, casting a sorrowful glance at me. I'm so sorry, Robbie. If this is the last time I see you, just know that I love you. I always have, even when I couldn't show it. You were the heart of this family, and we tried to hurt you out of nothing but pride. You were the best of us. Never forget that. But do what you have to do. She hesitated, narrowing her eyes as if trying to read the future. I don't think the others have a chance, but I have to stand by your father. I know, Mum, I replied, my voice breaking with the weight of what I was saying. She looked at me then, her eyes searching mine. It was the first time in over a year I had called her Mum, and she seemed taken aback, nodding slowly. I will love you forever, she whispered, her voice barely audible. She turned to walk back to the family, but before she could take another step, I rushed forward, closing the gap between us and pulling her into a tight hug. We stood there, still, for what felt like an eternity, neither of us moving. In that moment, I realized she was trapped in a world she had created where her family came first, even if it meant putting me aside. Our hug lingered, though the sound of my father calling her name broke through the quiet, pulling us apart. She turned back to me, cupping my face in her hands, pressing a kiss to my cheek. Goodbye, Robbie, she whispered, her voice trembling. Goodbye, Mom, I replied, the words slipping out quietly as tears welled up in my eyes. As she walked away, I felt a lump form in my throat. The drive home was a storm of mixed emotions. On one hand, I had won the fight, no one expected it, and I had the support of my friends, along with Amy, the girl I liked. That alone brought me a sense of relief, knowing she cared for me just as much. But on the other hand, my family had pushed me into this mess. I hadn't asked for any of it, yet now it seemed like things would never go back to how they used to be. I couldn't shake the fear that my dad might try something irrational, that he might hurt me because of the issues with Brad and Georgia. That thought sank deep, leaving me heavy with uncertainty. I was angry with them, all of them, because none of them could see their own faults in how they had let me down. Until tonight, I had held onto a sliver of hope that maybe, just maybe, they'd apologize. I let out a long, tired breath. I was confused, so much had happened in one night, and despite everything, I had to admit I missed them. Family is family, no matter what. You can't replace parents or siblings, no matter how much they annoy you. There was still some love in my heart for them, well, maybe not for my brother, but for my parents, definitely. Yet my father was steadily eroding even those small feelings. I could feel Amy's gaze on me as I stared out the window, lost in thought, as Darren pushed the car faster onto the highway. "Are you okay, babe?" Amy's voice was soft, cutting through my foggy thoughts. I blinked, coming back to reality. "I think so," I replied, my words heavy with fatigue. "It's just been a long night, fights, family. It's all so mixed up in my head." Tony turned around from the front seat, her eyes locking on me. "Robbie," she said with a calm certainty, "you haven't done anything wrong. Georgia and your family took advantage of your kindness, your hard work. They thought you'd always want the best for everyone. And when they got caught, they couldn't own up to it." Tony glanced at Amy, her expression softening. "Georgia knows what she lost," Tony continued, her voice tinged with amusement. "She couldn't take her eyes off you during the argument with your dad. She realizes that she's never going to get you back. But until tonight, your family kept pushing her, making her think there was still a chance." I let out a quiet laugh at the thought. "See?" Tony grinned. "Georgia knows she's lost, but what really bothers her is that she lost you to her younger sister." Amy chuckled, her voice light. "Well, I lost my older sister to Robbie's older brother. I'd say it's a fair trade, but I think I came out on top." We all laughed, the tension easing for a moment as we shared a brief moment of lightness. The next few minutes passed by in a blur of jokes and quiet chuckles. I felt Amy lean her head on my arm, and then, slowly, her arm slid around mine, pulling me closer before she gave me a small squeeze. The gesture made me realize something. It wasn't Georgia I missed. It was Amy. She stood up for me when my own family wouldn't, even when it meant standing against my father. She didn't hesitate. Sure, Georgia was upset about losing me, but she never once stood up to my family, never apologized for all the turmoil. I had nothing left for her. I shifted in my seat, the car growing quieter as we continued down the highway, the gentle hum of the engine lulling me into a half-sleep. As we neared our destination, I could feel sleep tugging at me, but there was something else. For the first time in over a year, I felt like I was on my way home. Amy's place wasn't just a house, it was home. Over the past few months, I had changed things to make it mine too. We talked about what we both wanted, and together we made it happen. It felt like something real, something I could finally hold on to. A couple of hours later, we pulled into the driveway. I had been sleeping lightly, but when the car stopped, I was jolted awake, and before I could fully process it, I felt a soft kiss on my lips. I couldn't remember how I had ended up in the house, but the next morning, I woke up to find Amy lying next to me, and for the first time in a long time, I felt like I belonged somewhere. I woke up quietly, trying my best not to wake her. As I made my way to the shower, I cranked the water up high, letting the steam rise around me. I stepped under the spray, the heat immediately soothing my sore muscles. I groaned softly when I felt a cramp seize my right calf, something that happened often after a fight. I usually needed a moment to recover, but just before I could sit down, a pair of arms wrapped around me. "Are you okay, sweetheart?" Amy asked, her voice filled with concern. "A muscle cramp," I responded gruffly. Amy helped me lower myself down onto the shower floor. She knelt in front of me, her brow furrowed as she asked more questions about the cramp. Without waiting for an answer, she gently took hold of my leg and began massaging my calf. Her touch was careful but firm, working the tightness out of my muscle while encouraging the blood to flow again. I watched her closely, seeing the focus in her eyes as she concentrated on my leg. "Oh no," she murmured with a soft smile. "I think you've got another one." She glanced up at me. "Is your leg feeling better now?" I nodded, the cramp finally subsiding. "Good," she said, shifting a little closer, making sure both of my legs were comfortably over hers. I could feel her warmth pressing against me as she leaned in, the water still cascading down over us. Her lips found mine, a soft, tender kiss. "I love you, Robbie," she whispered between breaths, her voice full of love. I felt a wave of pride swell within me, knowing I had someone like her by my side. Her hands moved to my shoulders, gently easing the tension out of my body as we shared quiet, loving kisses. My heart swelled with emotion, and I let out a soft sound, overwhelmed by how happy I felt. Amy continued to hold me, her embrace warm and steady, making sure I felt completely at ease. When we finally pulled back, she sighed happily and gazed at me with affection. "Feeling better, love?" she asked, her eyes soft. "Yeah," I murmured, my mind drifting, lost in the way she was looking at me. She kissed me again before helping me to my feet. We took turns washing each other off, sharing little moments of sweetness before stepping out of the shower. "I love you, Amy," I said just before we dried off. "I know, Robbie," she grinned, her voice playful as she pressed her damp body against mine. "You're mine now, and I'm not letting you go," she teased. Once we were dried off, we made our way downstairs, where Darren and Tony were already dressed and ready for breakfast. "For a guy who had a rough night, you sure look relaxed," Darren joked, a mischievous grin on his face. Yeah," I muttered, my face flushing. Darren, Tony, and Amy all burst out laughing. We slid on our shoes, grabbed our hats, and headed out the door, making our way down to the village, our destination. The village cafe, one of our favorite spots, the perfect place for a Sunday morning, with its outdoor seating and amazing coffee. The place had a cozy vibe that was just right for a laid-back breakfast. Sitting down with plates piled high with bacon and eggs, I could already feel the day starting off right. Darren had been right. Last night had been intense. The fight had pushed me to my limits, but now that my training had toned down, I felt like indulging in a hearty breakfast. I ordered the full works. Everything on the menu, Darren did the same. Our plates were filled with toast, bacon, eggs, mushrooms, grilled tomatoes, hash browns, beans, spinach, sausage, and a crispy potato rosti. The girls had omelets, and I was surprised when Michael, the cafe owner, came over himself to deliver our meals. "I got you the usual," he said with a smile, setting down my cappuccino and a tall glass of fresh tropical juice. It was busy this morning. Michael usually stayed in the back cooking while his wife, Marie, served the customers, but today he stepped out to greet us, shaking my hand. "Great fight last night, Mr. Robbie," he grinned. "Marie and I cheered for you the whole time, that move you did to take out Codywau." "Thanks, Michael," I said. "It was a tough match." Cody made it a challenge. We exchanged a few more words, and I promised to come back soon for a photo in my gear to hang on his wall. Then he headed back to the kitchen, Amy proudly holding my hand as we sat down together, Darren and Tony across the table. I took a moment to soak in the peaceful morning. The sound of ocean waves drifted in the background. The air felt crisp and fresh. I realized I hadn't felt this calm in a long time. "Anyone heard about Cody?" I asked after a while, thinking about the fight. I didn't get a chance to check on him last night, with everything going on. It was normal for fighters to check on each other after a match. Even if the talk had been tough, the winner would usually reach out to the loser a few days later. Darren chuckled a bit. "I got a message from the event managers while you were in the shower. Cody woke up this morning with no memory of the last part of the fight. He's got a bad headache and a bunch of bruises. They're thinking about pushing his next match back 6 weeks for him to heal." He paused, looking at me thoughtfully. "They also mentioned that Cody's next opponent, Aaron Masters, doesn't want to fight him anymore. He's set on facing you." "You mean Aaron wants to fight me?" I asked, surprised. Aaron had traveled the world for fights, racking up wins and losses. He was highly favored to win against Cody, while I had been the underdog. "Yeah," Darren nodded. "If you're interested, though, I wouldn't recommend jumping in right away. You'd need to follow a specific training plan first." I waved off his advice. "I'm interested, sure, but last night was intense and it was close." I took a sip of my coffee, my mind wandering to how the fight had taken its toll on me. I don't want to push myself too soon. We continued chatting as Darren showed me video clips of my moves and defense from the fight. Tony and Amy listened in, and at one point, Tony turned to Amy and asked, "So, what did you think of the fight last night?" Darren's girlfriend raised an eyebrow, her expression hinting at a tricky question. "Which one?" she asked, teasing, her grin widening. "The one in the ring, or the one in the parking lot?" Amy chimed in with a mischievous smile, causing us all to laugh. "The one in the ring," Tony answered once the laughter died down, his voice light yet firm. Well, good for my guy, they both said in unison, but it was the one in the ring that was unforgettable, my girlfriend added, her gaze full of warmth as she turned to look at me, the happiness evident on her face. I watched Robbie get ready, and I couldn't help but feel grateful that both of them had come to support him. The way Robbie moved, taking those punches and pressing on without slowing down, it made me proud. Even if he hadn't won, I would still feel that way. She smiled brightly as I leaned in, kissed her, and then checked my phone for messages from my Alro team who had been there as well. They were all raving about it. Robbie's going to be a hit with them, Amy said, her hand still resting on my arm. Tony nodded knowingly beside her. Georgia would never show up to his fights, though, Tony remarked casually. Yeah, I know, I replied, my voice thoughtful. She used to complain about it all the time, but I guess she finally saw how tough my man is after last night. Amy shot me a grin, giving my arm a quick squeeze. We spent the next half hour chatting about my fight hoe I kicked, how I took Cody's punches, and the way I landed that final move. So, Robbie, Darren suddenly said, his voice shifting to something a little more serious, have you thought any more about the family situation? I paused for a moment, my thoughts drifting back to the many conversations Amy and I had about it in recent months. I shrugged slightly. I don't know. My father's been quiet, but I'm sure he's coming for me. If he thinks I'll just roll over without putting up a fight, he's dead wrong. I'll stand my ground if they come at me. Amy's voice was firm as she added, we will. I turned to her, a little confused. Sorry, I didn't catch that. We will stand our ground together, she repeated, her eyes steady, determined. I won't let you face this alone, Robbie. You're my guy, and if they're brave enough to come after you, they'll have to deal with me too. Her smile shifted into something fiercer. After what they threatened last night, your father also threatened me. I even recorded it. I couldn't help but admire her strength as she spoke, her eyes shining with resolve. The conversation moved on to different strategies, discussing various scenarios, and before long, we were walking back home. The four of us changed quickly into our beach clothes, grabbed some towels, and headed to the beach. For the next few hours, we alternated between swimming in the ocean and relaxing on the sand, Darren and I riding the waves while Amy and Tony soaked up the sun. I hadn't mentioned Tony much before, but now seemed like a good time. She was a few years older than me and stayed in shape by working out with Darren a couple of times a week. She had a body that turned heads, and it always made Darren laugh. Tony just smiled whenever it happened, though even though they weren't married, they had been together for over 15 years, ever since high school. She'd sometimes mention her worries about not being able to have kids, but it never seemed to bother their relationship. I admired Darren's loyalty to her, and today she wore a pale yellow bikini that showed off her confidence. On the other hand, Amy, with her curves that caught a lot of attention, was often approached by guys. She'd point to me and let them know I was her boyfriend. When one guy didn't take the hint, Amy asked if he'd seen the fight from the night before. When he said he hadn't, but had seen the highlights, she just pointed to me again. The look on his face as he walked away, I'd never seen someone take a hint faster. After a few amazing days with them, Darren and Tony headed home, and the next week, the final divorce hearing arrived. Amy and I woke up, showered, and as she made work calls, I called George. He confirmed our meeting for the early afternoon and said he would be there. After a quick chat, I sighed when we hung up. You okay, sweetheart? Amy asked, stepping out onto the balcony, which had become one of my favorite spots to think. She was on a conference call with someone in Europe and one of her distributors. Yeah, I said, giving a small smile. It's going to be an interesting afternoon. Amy laughed. Yes, it will, and then, with a wink, jumped onto the call for a quick 15-minute chat while we finished getting ready. Today, we would be taking Amy's car, her pride and joy, nearly $200,000 imported right-hand drive, customized 2021 Shelby Mustang. It was a cool white with blue racing stripes and a sporty rear spoiler. Of course, it had the famous black Shelby Cobra on the front. The first time I saw it, I was in awe. Amy, what is this? I asked, my eyes wide. She smiled. It's our car, baby, she said with that big radiant smile of hers. She let me drive it to the courthouse. When I hit the gas, the car's reaction was instantaneous, unlike anything I'd ever experienced. With over 900 horsepower under the hood, I felt a little nervous at first, but once I got used to it, driving down the highway was an absolute thrill. We walked into the courthouse right on time for the final divorce hearing. Despite the gravity of the situation, I couldn't help but grin, still buzzing from the drive. We met up with George, who shook our hands and smiled when I mentioned my ride Elena, the name Amy had given her car. Yes, the name came from the movie Gone in 60 Seconds, but it suited her perfectly. The three of us entered the courtroom as scheduled. A few minutes later, Georgia arrived, flanked by my parents, Brad Jr., and two lawyers from my father's firm. My father gave me a sly smirk, chatting with his lawyers and pointing at me. They then exchanged glances with George, their faces full of concern. The magistrate called the hearing to order. The smile on my face faded slightly, the usual steps of the meeting unfolding before me, the magistrate reading through the divorce papers, discussing the money, and then finalizing the divorce. Georgia shot me a few glances, and I returned her stare, but she kept looking at Amy with a frown. Amy, however, just smiled back. The judge remarked on the sadness of yet another marriage ending due to infidelity. He noted that Georgia had been the one unfaithful. Her face flushed red, but the process had to go on. When the judge slammed down his gavel, it was over. After we left the courtroom, George, Amy, and I started chatting when one of George's lawyers approached us. "I'm sorry, Mr. Other," he said, looking directly at me. "I tried to talk them out of it, but they're set on it," he added. Glancing nervously at George, I nodded, offering my hand. "Mr. Robbie, Other, you've been served." He handed me a large manila envelope, then stepped back politely. I passed the envelope to George, who smiled. "We figured my family might try something like this." George said, "Thank you, Randy. I'll make sure this is handled properly," he continued, his voice warm. Randy seemed uneasy. "You mean you're going to—" "Never mind," he said quickly, shaking his head as he walked away. We watched him go back to my dad, who immediately lost his smile when Randy explained more about George. George was well known in Australia, a top lawyer, and had been offered 5 high-ranking roles, but had declined them to stay with his successful firm. He had helped Amy with her growing business from the start, thanks to a glowing recommendation. When George saw how promising her work was, he decided to invest in her, and had been by her side ever since. As her lawyer, he became my lawyer too. "Don't tell anyone, but George is a really nice guy," I thought, noticing his smile towards Randy and my father, but it wasn't a friendly one. It looked more like a predator watching its prey. "You kids can go now. This is all in my hands," George said. Opening an envelope and flipping through the papers, he raised an eyebrow, then glanced over at Randy, who avoided eye contact in shame. Outside the courthouse, Amy and I headed toward her car. Just before we reached it, I heard my mother's voice calling out. "Robbie, wait," she said, hurrying toward us, my father trailing behind her slowly. "We need to stop meeting like this." I joked. Facing them, I noticed Brad Jr. and Georgia getting into his Lexus. Georgia gave me a sad look before climbing in, and they drove off. "What do you want?" I asked, looking at my parents. It was hard for me to still call him my father. "Robbie," my mum began, her tone soft. "I spoke with your father, and he's ready to drop the lawsuit if you just talk to us," she said, her voice strained. I raised an eyebrow at her. Ignoring my dad, I could tell she was struggling, trying to make peace, something that didn't come easy for her. "Is that all?" I asked. "And you need to apologize to us," she said. "Then you can come back to work at Total Build for half pay for 3 years, and no bonuses, so you can pay back what you owe us," my dad added, his hands resting on my mum's shoulders. I noticed how uncomfortable she looked when he touched her. I laughed. "Goodbye, Brad, Hattie. I've already handed your ridiculous lawsuit over to my lawyer." I said, "We made our feelings clear last time. You declared war, Brad, and today you backed that up. I don't see us as family anymore, and I doubt we'll ever be on good terms again," I told them, crossing my arms, watching my dad's anger grow. A small smile tugged at my lips. "You want to fight?" "Brad, you've got it, dear father," I said. "Now, unless you have anything else to say, my girlfriend and I have plans," I added, taking Amy's hand and heading toward her Mustang. If I had looked back, I would have seen my mum trying to pull away from my dad, who was frowning, his frown deepening when we didn't walk around the car, but instead opened it, started it up, and drove off, leaving tire marks on the ground. The next 3 months became some of the happiest of my life, away from my family. When Amy fulfilled her promise to take me abroad, thanks to Alro, we had an amazing time, flying in business class, staying in fancy hotels, riding in private cars, and enjoying great meals across different countries. Every few days, Amy would meet with various people, sometimes employees, but mostly representatives from companies that Alro was investing in. I attended a few of those meetings as a guest, and I was in awe of how capable Amy was. The night before meetings, she would read through documents, send emails to gather information, and be ready to discuss crucial topics with people much older than her. In one meeting, Mr. Craig Eli, a new CEO for the company we were visiting, acted like he didn't believe a young woman should have any authority. After he made his critical remarks about Amy's ideas for the second time, I was furious. Amy hadn't said anything wrong. Around the table, everyone seemed tense, but Amy didn't flinch. She remained strong, focused, and poised. After he interrupted her for the third time, claiming Amy didn't understand their business, she calmly shifted the conversation, asking him about how the company recognized revenue on their balance sheet. His face showed his displeasure, but before he could respond angrily, Amy raised her hand, silencing the room with a quiet yet commanding presence, and turned toward the chairman and the CFO, both sitting at the far end of the table, their expressions tight with worry, as aware that Amy was the head of Alro, a company that had invested heavily in theirs. As Amy stood, I stood beside her, and Margaret, the local Alro manager, did the same. "I'm sorry, everyone," Amy began, her eyes locking onto the chairman and CFO. "But this meeting ends now," she continued, her voice unwavering. "I came here to learn about the future of Al's involvement in this company, but instead, I've been belittled by your leader." She paused for a moment, her tone turning more pointed. "Before this meeting, I was informed by Margaret about 3 complaints concerning Mr. Craig Eli's behavior, and now I understand why," she finished, a calm certainty in her voice. "That's nice," Craig Eli interjected, clearing his throat and sounding unusually pleased with himself. "But I have 30 years of experience. I know how to run a company." Amy gave him a cool smile. "Mr. Eli, 30 years of experience sounds impressive," she said, pausing for effect. "But let's review your track record, shall we?" There was a brief silence as she opened a folder in front of her, her gaze unflinching as she addressed him directly. "Out of the 5 companies you've been with in the past decade, 3 have let you go without a fuss, 1 didn't renew your contract, and I have a feeling that if we dig deeper, we'd find similar issues with the others." She paused again, giving her words time to settle. "You have a habit of prioritizing short-term gains over long-term success, and as a result, employee morale tends to plummet after you leave," she added, her voice calm but firm. I was struck by how confident and clear Amy was. Craig Eli stumbled over his words, trying to recover, but Amy wasn't done. "You're on your 4th marriage," she continued. "Your last 2 ended due to infidelity, and your current wife is aware of your unfaithfulness, ready to take action soon." The color drained from Craig Eli's face at the mention of his wife and his past mistakes. The room fell silent, all eyes on Amy, who didn't flinch. "Mr. Eli," she said, her voice steady, "I might not have 30 years of experience like you, but I have a global team providing me with all the insights I need." She leaned in slightly, her eyes piercing. "Alro invests hundreds of millions annually across various sectors, and as its founder and CEO, it's my responsibility to speak out when something doesn't align." She gestured for Margaret, who handed her a stack of papers. "These documents state that Alro will halt its financial support in 5 business days unless Mr. Eli is removed as CEO," Amy said, placing the papers on the table. "Alro also views your continued involvement as a risky investment and will act accordingly." She turned to the rest of the group. "I officially doubt Mr. Eli's ability to lead," she declared. "You have an emergency board meeting at 6 p.m. to discuss this. Margaret will be there, and I believe you know how she'll vote." With that, Amy closed the folder. Standing tall as she walked out of the room, Margaret and I following closely behind. The elevator ride down was silent. Amy was all business until the car arrived to take us for a late lunch after we said our goodbyes to Margaret. Once we were back in the car, Amy exhaled deeply, running her fingers through her dark hair. "How did I do?" she asked, glancing at me with a hint of uncertainty. "You were incredible," I replied, genuinely impressed. "You completely dismantled that guy. I'm so proud of you." Amy looked out the window, watching the world pass by, then, without warning, slipped her hand into mine. "I knew we had to get rid of him," she said softly, "but I wanted to give him a fair shot." Her voice was steady, but there was a vulnerability to it. "So many people underestimate me because I'm young and a woman," she admitted. "I had to be smart, spot the issues before they got worse, or Alro wouldn't be where it is today." She smiled at me. "You did amazing, my love," she added. Her words warm and genuine. I felt my heart swell as I replied, "I'll always be here for you." And at that moment, I realized I had called her my love for the first time. Her eyes lit up, and she leaned in to kiss me softly in the back seat of the car. "You love me?" she asked, her voice light, her smile radiating. I chuckled. "Of course I do," I said, kissing her again. "Then take me back to the hotel and show me how much," she teased. Brushing her hand against my arm, we spent the rest of the afternoon by the hotel pool and shared an intimate evening in our room. Later that night, Amy got the news that Craig Eli had been let go from his position, and we began preparing for our next destination. The following 2 weeks in the United States were a blend of work and sightseeing, but when we arrived in Europe, everything seemed to slow down. Amy mentioned wanting a vacation, and since I was with her, it seemed like the perfect opportunity to visit the places we'd talked about on our first date. We traveled through Germany, Italy, London, Ireland, and France, making unforgettable memories along the way. We even visited a clothing-optional beach where I couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy as I saw some men eyeing Amy, who looked stunning, but Amy also noticed the attention I was getting from women, admiring my fit physique. It was an experience we wanted to tick off our list, and while it was fun, we both agreed it was something we didn't need to repeat. "No," Amy whispered, looking at me with a smile. "We belong to each other." While sipping tea in London, we received a message from George informing us that Total Build was still threatening to sue. The first meeting had not gone well for them, and the judge had made it clear that they were coming after me, and that was just the beginning. I asked my parents some tough questions about their actions toward me. Their own son, my father's lawyer, argued that I had violated my work contract, claiming it hurt the company's profits and quality. George stepped in and explained that I had actually resigned and had contacted Fair Work Australia to make sure I received the benefits and bonuses I was owed, yet for reasons I couldn't fully grasp. My father told the court I was recently divorced and had separated from the family. When the judge inquired further, despite his lawyer's warning, my father couldn't hold back and shared his opinion. George suppressed his laughter as he relayed the details. Just because my brother had a child with his ex-wife, it didn't give him the right to ignore the family business. This remark piqued the judge's interest, and further questioning revealed that the entire family had been keeping secrets from me until I stumbled upon my brother, the sales manager for Total Build, in a compromising situation with my wife. The judge, after hearing everything, advised my parents to drop the case, telling them that not only would they likely lose in court, but they could also face repercussions for bringing their son to court unjustly. The judge set a date for 6 months from now. In Ireland, Amy and I spent our days relaxing in pubs, savoring the taste of Guinness, enjoying the simple pleasure of good company and good drinks. When we arrived in France, the romantic side of both of us emerged. We toured the Louvre, admired Notre Dame, shopped along the Champs-Élysées, and took countless pictures, kissing under the Arc de Triomphe, and got engaged on the Eiffel Tower. Yes, engaged on the very day we arrived in Paris. Amy had a meeting to attend on her own, so I reassured her, telling her not to worry, and wandered the streets of Paris while she was busy, finding a cozy cafe to pass the time. When she arrived, I had already ordered a glass of wine and some cheese, but before that I had gone to a small jewelry store and bought a simple engagement ring. It had a small diamond set on a plain gold band. Nice, but not extravagant. Later that night, we dined at the Eiffel Tower. After the main course, we stepped out onto the balcony to take in the stunning view of Paris. Just before dessert, I took a deep breath and got down on one knee, pulling the ring box from my coat pocket. "Amy," I began, "these last few months with you have been nothing short of incredible. I never knew someone could give so much love without ever thinking of themselves. Because of you, I've moved past my anger and my sadness. You've lifted me from a dark place I didn't even know I was in. Every day since then, I've woken up, hoping that it wasn't just a dream. To find you beside me, the happiness I feel when I see you reminds me that if this is a dream, It's the best one I've ever had, and I never want to wake up. I opened the ring box and held it out to her. Her smile was as radiant as the lights above us on the tower. Amy Brown, I want to share my life with you and face every moment together. Will you marry me? I asked. Amy's face lit up. She blushed with joy, and tears welled up in her eyes. Yes, she shouted, and everyone around us cheered. I gently slipped the ring onto her finger, and she beamed with happiness. The next day we took our time, lingering in bed, savoring every moment. Amy was eager to enjoy each second of our time together. When we finally left, she proudly wore her engagement ring, letting everyone know she was engaged to me, Robbie. But all good things must come to an end, and with some sadness, we boarded the plane back home to Australia. In some ways, it felt comforting to be back. Amy didn't have any immediate travel plans, since she'd been traveling so much during our vacation. A couple of days after we got home, I brought up the idea of getting a job. Living with Amy was amazing, but my savings were beginning to dwindle, and I felt a sense of pride knowing I was about to get married again. When I mentioned this to Amy, she gave me a playful look and smiled widely. "Honey," she said, "these last few months with you have been incredible. Even during the few meetings you joined me for, you were my support, and even when you weren't there, I felt comforted knowing I could come back to you. But," she paused, raising an eyebrow, "you're right. You need to find a job, but I know you have experience in construction, and you know how to make a business successful. What if you started your own construction company?" she suggested, her innocent look making me think there was more to her idea than she was letting on. I smiled, considering the possibility. "You're right, love," I said. "I know construction, but if you're suggesting I take on Total Build, I'm not sure I have enough funds to compete with them, and I've always worked in operations, not with the actual construction teams," I explained. "That's not true, Robbie. You're marrying the CEO of Alro." Amy grinned, and I chuckled. "Alro?" I asked, and Amy laughed too. "If that's what you want, my love," she replied. The next month, I threw myself into drafting a business plan, an operational guide, a financial strategy, and a hiring approach. Amy helped me with every detail, and we decided to start our business in Queensland, with plans to expand to other states as we grew. I was excited to return to the construction world, but in a completely new way after some research. Amy and I discovered a promising niche. Small homes were growing in popularity, but there was also a rising demand for container homes. Yes, homes made from shipping containers. We were determined to create sustainable homes using these containers, and our plan was to offer. The models we had were simple yet effective, the first being a compact, self-contained unit with a small bathroom, kitchenette, and an integrated bedroom living space. Then there was a more modest version made from 4 containers, designed to be reconfigured in various ways, and finally, a 2-story option built from 10 containers. All of our homes were modular, ready to be set up at whatever location the client chose. The containers could be made from different materials, and with Amy's network, they were incredibly well insulated. By the time we started, we had already secured 4 major clients, one of them being a large caravan park chain. What amazed me was that, with Al's backing, I gained access to clients we had never reached when I was with Total Build. We spent almost 4 months preparing everything. One day, while I was working at Amy's kitchen table, she cleared a space in her office for me. She wanted me to sit next to her, so I made sure to present the full business plan to the Alro board. I didn't want to rely solely on my connection with Amy. Sure, she'd opened the door, but I wanted the others to see this business had the potential to succeed. With the money from Alro, we rented a medium-sized warehouse. I hired 3 teams, some office staff, 2 account managers, a marketing expert, and then we were ready to go. In our spare time, Amy and I began planning our wedding. She dreamed of a beach wedding at sunset, and I loved the idea. I suggested we do it near her parents' home. When we started talking about the details, we realized it might help keep people from violating the Arlo privacy agreement, since it was so close by. Amy thought that was a great plan. Her parents, Rain and Peter, were initially unsure about Amy and me as a couple, but soon they warmed up to the idea of our wedding. When we returned from our trip abroad, we showed them some photos of us and a video from the Eiffel Tower when I proposed. After that, I really felt like part of the family again. Through Rain, we found out that Brad and Georgia had gotten married and that Georgia was expecting their second child. But when she shared the news, I noticed Rain seemed a little down, almost as if she was embarrassed to tell us, "Are you sure it's Brad's?" Amy asked, her tone a bit judgmental. Peter and I exchanged glances and quietly chuckled. I knew Peter loved his older stepdaughter Ruth, but he'd always had a tense relationship with Georgia. Now, he was doing his best to avoid her. Rain looked at Amy, then turned away. "Amy," her mother said softly, "that's a more serious question than you might think." I nearly choked on my drink. "What?" I asked, surprised. "I'm sorry, Robbie," Rain said, looking at me with concern. "Things with your old family aren't going well. It's said that after you left Total Build, many of your clients left too. Total Build is struggling, and when some of those clients found out why you left..." For a moment no one spoke, absorbing the news. "Oh," I muttered, still in shock. "Oh." I exclaimed again, realizing the implications. Clients were starting to connect the dots. I walked away, and my ex-wife had a baby with my brother. Amy looked at me, sitting beside me, trying to gauge my reaction. I smiled at her, and she smiled back. "Well, it couldn't happen to a nicer group of people," I said carefully. I wanted to remain polite, but couldn't resist making a little jab. Georgia was still Rain's daughter, and she had her grandchild. Rain sighed, giving me a sad smile. She was one of the few who understood my feelings, along with Amy and Tony. At first, she didn't get why Georgia had hurt me, if it weren't for the grandchild. I wondered if Rain would even talk to Georgia anymore. "Well, over the past 6 months," Rain began nervously, "it came out that Georgia and your brother have been hanging around some interesting people. They go to parties, leave with different people than they came with." She turned bright red talking about her daughter. I glanced at Peter, who nodded, looking a bit embarrassed too. Amy laughed, unfazed by the awkwardness. "So my sister, who makes poor choices, married a lazy guy, joined a swinging club, and now she's pregnant. It could be from someone who's not even her husband." "Amy, I know you don't like her, but Georgia is still your sister," Rain said firmly. Then her mood shifted. "Georgia hopes the baby is Brad's, but she did tell me it could be from one of 3 different men," Rain added quietly. I stayed silent, sipping my drink, a Kraken and Coke. Peter always made sure I had what I needed. For a moment, I looked at my former mother-in-law. It hit me again that I might be in that role again soon. When I married Georgia, it felt like I gained another mother. After I found out what happened, she was too embarrassed to speak to me for weeks. My family seemed to know everything, but the Browns had no clue. Once she got over the shock, she became someone who understood what I was going through. Instead of just feeling ashamed, "Why are you telling us this, Rain?" I asked my soon-to-be mother-in-law again. She shrugged and sank back into her chair, looking upset. "Because it's just that." Rain buried her head in her hands and started to cry. Just then, anew. Ruth stood in the doorway, holding a pizza and a bottle of wine, her voice cutting through the tension that hung in the room. "You're a good man, Robbie, and my sister did you wrong. On top of that, your family didn't treat you well either," she added, her eyes meeting mine as she stepped inside. Peter, quick as ever, jumped up and disappeared into the kitchen, returning with a wine glass for Ruth and, for the rest of us, a bottle of Kraken rum and a bottle of Coke. As Ruth set the pizza down in front of us, she scanned the group, her eyes softening as they landed on Rain, who seemed to be holding back tears. Ruth met my gaze, silently understanding that this was harder for Rain to talk about. Before diving into anything more serious, Ruth smiled, her voice light. "All right, before we continue, can I get a hug from my favorite brother-in-law and my soon-to-be favorite sister?" She beamed, clearly trying to lift the mood. Feeling the shift in energy, Amy and I both stood up and wrapped our arms around Ruth. She noticed Amy's engagement ring, her eyes lighting up with curiosity. "Tell me everything about the proposal," she said, a smile tugging at her lips as she grabbed a slice of pizza. Ruth had always been the tall, slim type, with nearly white blonde hair that reminded me of Georgia. Ruth and her husband, Dave Masters, had been together since high school, even marrying while they were still in college. They had 2 kids now, but their relationship wasn't without its struggles. I recalled one family gathering from a while back, when Georgia and I were still just dating. Ruth and Dave had gotten into a loud argument, walking off in opposite directions, only to come back later, apologize, and sit down like nothing had happened. Curious, I asked Ruth about it afterward, and she had shrugged it off, saying it was normal. We argue sometimes, but I could never imagine being with anyone else but Dave, she had told me, her voice steady. It seemed like that was her way of saying love wasn't always easy, but it was worth the effort. Back in the present, Ruth took a deep breath, then turned to me, her tone shifting. "Robbie, I need to tell you something, even if it's hard to hear," she began, her eyes flicking to Rain for a brief moment. Rain, looking like she might cry again, gave Ruth a small nod of encouragement. "I'm proud of how you handled everything with Georgia," Ruth continued, her voice softening as she placed her wineglass down. "But Georgia is still my sister, and even though I don't agree with what she did, I can't just turn my back on her completely." Ruth sighed, looking at her glass as she tried to find the right words. "I was about 4 when my dad left us. I don't have a lot of clear memories, but the sadness still lingers. I remember how hurt my mum was, and it made me furious. So when I saw my sister breaking her vows so easily, it was like history repeating itself." She paused, taking another sip of wine as Rain, looking deeply upset, stared at her. Ruth continued, her voice heavy. "From what I know, Brad had been trying to get Georgia to go to one of his parties for months. Usually, you need to be part of a couple to get an invite, but Georgia kept refusing. When she found out you left with Amy, that's when she cracked. She said it felt like everything she cared about was gone, that nothing mattered anymore." "Why?" I asked, almost to myself, but the question hung in the air. "Georgia's the one who cheated on me. She had another man's kid." Ruth nodded, her expression solemn. "Georgia thought you'd forgive her. She was sure you would come back to her," she said quietly. "But when she heard you were with Amy, it shattered her. That's when she gave in to Brad. Now, they're together, and, well, she's pregnant." I felt a strange mix of anger and indifference rise in my chest. "I don't need to hear this," I said, a little more forcefully than I intended. "Georgia is my past. Amy is my future. I don't want to be put in a position where I have to see her, let alone hear about all this." I looked over at Amy, who, like me, seemed to be equally shocked by this conversation. She hadn't spoken to Georgia in months and had no idea what was going on. Ruth looked at her mother for help, but it was Rain who spoke, her voice gentle but firm. "Ruth's right. One of the possible fathers might be your sister's fiancé," she said softly, and that's when everything clicked. I nearly spit out my drink. "What?" I almost shouted, but quickly caught myself, glancing at Amy, whose shock mirrored mine. Ruth and Rain both nodded, and I felt the world shift beneath me. "Joanna's fiancé?" I asked, dumbfounded. "He was with Georgia?" I couldn't help the strange grin that spread across my face as a thought occurred to me. "Is it Chris, the guy she dated before I lost contact with her?" Ruth nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yeah, it seems like Chris got involved with Brad, and when Georgia and you broke up, he convinced Brad to go for it. He thought he might have a shot with her. Now, it looks like he might be the father." I sat back, trying to process it all. How had everything gotten so twisted? "How's my sister holding up?" I asked, trying to keep my face composed, though it wasn't easy. "Not too well," Ruth replied, giving herself a moment to breathe. The rain had started falling, offering Ruth a much-needed reprieve now that the conversation was no longer centered around her daughter. Joanna had entered the scene, but after hearing that her fiancé might have gotten her sister-in-law pregnant, she was anything but calm, clearly upset with Chris, Brad, and Georgia. In that moment, everyone hoped the baby was Brad's. Ruth took a sip from her wine, glancing over at me. "Come on, Ruth, spill it," Amy urged, eyeing her sister. "I know there's more you're not saying." Ruth's lips curled into a smile, though it wasn't exactly a happy one. "This is kind of poetic. And Robbie, I think you'll find it funny," she said. "When Georgia first found out she was pregnant and realized it might not be Brad's, they went to talk to your parents. It took me a second, but I understood." "No way," I said, a grin slowly spreading across my face. Ruth nodded. "Yep, they did." I burst into laughter. Amy looked at me, confused, as I laughed, slapping my knees. Despite the seriousness of the situation, I couldn't help but laugh. "What?" Amy asked, her confusion growing. I looked over at Ruth, who was now smiling, then glanced at Rain, who seemed utterly lost. Finally, Peter broke the silence with a grin, a sign he understood the situation. I turned back to Amy, my laughter dying down a bit. "My parents told Georgia and Brad to keep it a secret from Joanna," I explained. Amy's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way," she whispered. They really did? Yep, Ruth replied. About 3 days after the pregnancy news broke, Chris started questioning the timing, and everything came out during a family gathering. Ruth continued, Joanna just lost it, tearing into Georgia, calling her all kinds of names, and screaming at your parents for trying to keep it a secret from her and Chris. I couldn't help but chuckle, though Ruth raised her hands to quiet us as we were all about to burst into laughter. I only have Georgia's side of the story, Ruth said, leaning back into the couch. As her older sister, she's called me a few times for support. She's feeling really torn up. Brad still wants them to join the swinger parties, but Georgia feels confused and hurt. I snorted, the absurdity of the situation amusing me. It's funny when the roles are switched, I muttered, then caught myself. Sorry, Ruth, Rain, if I sound a bit cold. They both nodded, acknowledging it was fine. I quickly switched gears. So what about my parents? I asked. Ruth looked thoughtful. I'm not sure, she said. Georgia hasn't shared much with me, but she and Brad were told by my parents that things would settle down eventually. They believe Joanna will get over it, since she also went to the parties and had other partners. A thought struck me. So, what about Joanna and Brad? Ruth chuckled softly. Georgia told me that one time, when they were drawing partners, Joanna and Brad looked at each other and just laughed before picking again. Georgia mentioned she was a little worried but didn't go into details. I shook my head, laughing to myself. How did I not see it? I've gotten so caught up in this messy family. Because you're a good man, Peter said, cutting through my thoughts. Rain, Ruth, and Amy all nodded in agreement. That evening, the 5 of us spent time discussing what was wrong with Georgia and my family before shifting to happier topics. We talked about my upcoming wedding to Amy and the amazing trip we'd taken around the world. We carefully avoided diving deeper into the topic of Alo. By then, Amy's family had come to terms with her job, even though it kept her busy. After we said our goodbyes, Ruth asked me to walk her to her car. I was more than happy to oblige. When we reached her car, she turned to me, pulled me into another hug, and looked at me with the warmth only a big sister could give something Joanna had never done. You look happy again, Robbie, Ruth said with a smile. I shrugged and returned the smile. I am, I replied. Ruth's laugh was soft and gentle. Are you working again? She asked. I nodded, but before I could respond, she raised her hand. I'm guessing it's something with Amy, since you're not sharing many details. I paused, thinking about it for a moment. Indirectly, yes, I said, but I am doing something I enjoy. Ruth smiled. Good. You deserve to be happy after everything they put you through. She hesitated, her voice growing serious. But Robbie, she said, her gaze locking onto mine, I know the kind of man you are, but I also know my youngest sister. She thinks the world of you. She always has. But if you ever... I raised my hand to stop her. I would never hurt her, I promised, cutting her off. Ruth smiled softly. I know you wouldn't, Robbie, and that's why I care for you. She paused, her eyes softening. With Georgia, I never spoke up, but with Amy, I understand. I nodded. I do too, I said, my voice quiet. Amy means everything to me. I paused, gathering my thoughts. I thought I would carry the pain of what Georgia and my family did to me forever, but Amy... I stopped, the weight of my words hanging in the air. She saved me, I whispered, feeling the sting of tears. I've never told anyone but Amy this, I continued, looking out into the night. But when I was living with Darren and Tony, I was often drunk or training, feeling so low. I even thought about giving up a few times. Ruth gasped in shock, her hand reaching for mine. But when Amy showed up with Joanna, everything changed, I said, blinking away the tears. She saved me. Once she pulled me out of that dark place, I stopped thinking about hurting myself. Now all I want is to be with Amy. I could never hurt her. She's my hero. Ruth squeezed me tightly, wiping away a tear from her own eye. Just then, I felt Amy's arms wrap around me, and a kiss on the back of my neck sent a wave of warmth through me. I smiled, knowing everything had changed, for the better. Good night, you two, Ruth said brightly, flashing us a smile as she climbed into her car, waving before driving off. Amy shifted closer to me, resting her head against my shoulder as I slipped my arm around her. We waved goodbye as Ruth disappeared down the road. A couple of months passed, and I found myself in a familiar room on the morning of our wedding. Back at Darren and Tony's house, while Amy was getting ready at her parents' place, the day started off clear and sunny, with a few clouds drifting lazily across the sky. There wasn't a hint of rain in sight. I had overslept a little, but Darren, ever the early riser, had already taken me out for breakfast. We were in no rush, and the morning felt relaxed. It wasn't until noon that we all started getting ready, taking showers and preparing ourselves for the big day. George joined us for a light lunch before we slipped into our clothes for the photographer, who was scheduled to take some pre-ceremony pictures. Darren, as my best man, stood by me, and George was one of the groomsmen. After the photographer arrived, Tony excused herself, headed off to Rain and Peter's house to get ready as a bridesmaid. Along with Ruth, we spent another hour lounging around, watching professional fights on television, including Cody's latest match from the United States, where he barely managed to secure a win. After that, we headed to the beach for the ceremony, and I couldn't help but be impressed by what the event team had done. The small stretch of beach we had chosen had been beautifully set up. They'd erected a raised pavilion for the ceremony, with pillars wrapped in ivy and flowers sourced from local gardens near the Gold Coast. It looked absolutely stunning. There were about 100 chairs arranged on a special carpet that let sand through, but was strong enough to support women in heels. A rich ocean blue carpet stretched down the aisle from the parking lot, where Amy would soon arrive, leading up to the altar. In the background, the sound of the waves washing against the shore created the perfect soundtrack. The tide was slowly receding as sunset approached, marking the moment with a serene, almost magical atmosphere. For the first time I felt nervous. Darren must have noticed. "You okay there, Robbie?" he asked, flashing me a reassuring smile. "Yeah, just a little nervous, that's all," I replied, forcing a smile as I tried to shake off the nerves as guests began arriving. I pushed those nerves aside and started greeting everyone. The crowd was a mix of familiar faces and new ones. Our colleagues from Alro and Al Holmes had come, along with their partners, bringing the guest count up to about 60. A few of Amy's staff from overseas had flown in, and I recognized a handful of the Browns' extended family from my wedding to Georgia. To my surprise, even the Gold Coast mayor and a state representative showed up, both of whom had worked closely with Alro over the years. I'd met the mayor a few times through my work with Total Build, and we chatted briefly about the changes in my life. He had a warm smile when he mentioned my marriage to Amy. "By the way, I've always been curious," the state representative said. "What does Alro stand for?" I chuckled. It took me months to get that answer from Amy. I said, "We were almost a month into our trip abroad before she told me." I leaned in, lowering my voice like we were sharing a secret. "Amy loves Robbie too," I said, then sat back with a grin. The mayor's eyes widened. "Are you serious? All these years?" he asked, a playful grin spreading across his face. I nodded, smiling as new guests arrived. The mayor took his wife's hand, shaking his head and laughing. About 30 minutes before sunset, a limousine pulled up. I held my breath as Rain quickly exited, hurrying to the special seat for the bride's mother at the front. As she passed by, she kissed my cheek and smiled widely before sitting down. I looked up and saw Amy, standing at the top of the stairs, her father Peter by her side, holding her arm with a proud smile, ready to give away his only daughter. Amy took my breath away. I think every groom experiences something magical when they see the woman they're about to marry. A part of me felt guilty as I remembered my marriage to Georgia, knowing I had felt something similar then. But with Amy, it was different. We had been through so much, both the good and the bad, and I realized just how deep my feelings for her ran. With Amy, I knew she loved me for who I was, not just what I could offer. Georgia had been wonderful, and I knew she cared for me when we first started dating. But I now understood we were caught up in the excitement of new love, without truly knowing each other. Because of my family background, I sometimes wondered if fate had played a hand in bringing Amy and I together. Looking back, I saw that my marriage to Georgia lacked the trust and friendship that had grown between Amy and me. The music began, and Ruth and Tony started walking down the aisle before Peter and Amy. My bride was a vision. Her simple, strapless white satin dress flared out at the hips, and the train cascaded almost 6 feet behind her, the fabric draped gently over her face, brushing just below her nose. She wore deep red lipstick, and her eyeshadow, a soft blue hue, matched the carpet beneath her feet. The minister began speaking, but I barely heard him. My attention was completely captured by Amy. Somehow, we managed to exchange vows while gazing at each other. My heart raced. I was marrying my business partner, my inspiration, and, most importantly, my best friend. As the ceremony continued, we kept our eyes locked. In the background, the minister asked if anyone objected to our marriage, a traditional prompt that usually leads to a brief pause, some knowing smiles, and nothing more. The ceremony proceeded with a collective sigh of relief, the atmosphere slowly calming as Amy and I locked eyes, our attention consumed by the moment, unaware of the group that had quietly filtered in during our vows. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air from the back of the crowd. "I object." Most of the gathering had been casual onlookers, simply curious about a wedding on the beach, but standing amid them was a group that had haunted me for too long. At the forefront was Georgia, a woman with a noticeable pregnancy and a painful history between US Amy's half-sister and my ex-wife. She stepped forward, followed closely by a young boy, my parents, and a few others. I noticed Joanna and her fiancé, Chris, lingering in the background. The minister, Pastor Gordon, a warm and approachable local we had met a few times before, cleared his throat, likely unprepared for such an interruption. "On what grounds do you object?" he asked, trying to maintain composure. It was evident from his expression that this was not something he encountered often. Georgia, standing defiantly, locked eyes with me, her face twisted in anguish. "Because it's wrong," she declared, her voice trembling. "He's my husband. He can't marry my sister." Amy and I exchanged a glance, our eyebrows rising before an amused smirk spread across our faces. The crowd began to murmur, whispers spreading like wildfire. Amy, ever supportive, gave me a small nod. I turned to Georgia, holding tightly onto Amy's hand. "Georgia," I began, my tone steady despite the tension. "We've been divorced for a year now, and we've been separated for nearly 2. I could sense the ripple in the crowd as the truth settled in, but I wasn't finished. "That doesn't matter, my love," Georgia whined, her voice desperate. "You're mine, and you always will be. I've tolerated you being with her for a year, but you need to come back to me." I saw Brad stiffen beside me, and my parents exchanged uncertain glances. Amy and I shared a quiet laugh as the murmurs among the crowd grew louder. I turned to Amy again, seeing her playful smile. Then, the idea to have a little fun with this situation crossed my mind. Taking a deep breath, I faced Georgia again. "I stopped being yours the night I came home to find my brother in our bed with you," I said, my voice cutting through the tension. The crowd fell into stunned silence. I continued, "I stopped being yours when I overheard the two of you belittling me, planning to make me believe the child you were carrying was mine, when you both knew it wasn't." A hush fell over the crowd as they began to realize the gravity of the situation. My family's faces drained of color. I pressed on. "I stopped being yours when I found out my own family had been hiding your affair from me for 3 years." The words were sharp, each one meant to hit hard. Georgia stumbled back a step, her confidence wavering as the whispers in the crowd grew louder. "I can't be with you because you married my brother after I left you for being unfaithful," I added, my voice steady. "And let's not forget that the baby you're expecting is probably from my sister's fiancé, not your current husband." The murmurs abruptly ceased, and the room was filled with the weight of the silence. Georgia's face drained of color, her lips trembling. "No, Georgia," I said, addressing her one final time. "My family doesn't have the right to object to my marriage to a wonderful woman who has been there for me, who healed me after all the hurt." I looked at Amy, our eyes meeting in shared understanding. "None of you have a right to stand against me marrying someone who has given me everything," I continued. "She saved her love for me, and only me, never having been with anyone else." Amy's supportive smile warmed me as I turned back to Georgia, now reduced to tears. My parents stood frozen, my mother's eyes glossy with emotion while my father remained composed, his face calm. My brother's face was flushed with anger. I stole a glance at Rain, who was watching Georgia, her expression filled with sadness, a look I'd come to recognize as her default when it came to my ex-wife. "No one has the right to object to my marriage to Amy," I stated firmly, "and none of you were invited here today. The hurt you caused affects us all, and I hate that I had to bring our family troubles into the open today, but when will you all understand? I want nothing to do with any of you." I took a breath, looking around at the gathering, feeling the weight of my words settle in the air. Amy turned back to Georgia, who, in her deflated state, nodded reluctantly and stepped down. I had been worried this might happen, so I had asked George to prepare for such a moment. Amy leaned in and whispered to me, "Brad, other Hattie, other Brad, other Junior, Georgia, other Joanna," she said softly, referring to the necessary steps that followed. "George," the minister announced clearly, "I have here a restraining order stating that you must stay at least 100 meters away from Mr. Robert and the new Mrs. Amy for the next 2 years. Any violation will result in your arrest." Amy nodded to her mother, who then approached Georgia, speaking quietly to her before George and Rain helped the group leave. I noticed Joanna and Chris had already slipped away, and within 15 minutes the ceremony was able to resume. Amy never let go of my hand throughout the entire ordeal. Pastor Gordon cleared his throat, offering a nervous chuckle to break the tension. "Well," he said, with no further objections. The ceremony continued. I lifted Amy's veil, and we shared a kiss as the crowd cheered, even those who had witnessed the earlier drama. Darren stood up, announcing that we would begin taking pictures on the beach immediately, and afterward, we would greet everyone as Mr. and Mrs. The photo session took about half an hour. The photographer did an amazing job, capturing both joyful moments and a few melancholy ones. While we were on the beach, smiling and laughing, the camera caught glimpses of my family, standing far down the shore, their faces filled with sadness and uncertainty. For years, Amy and I would glance at that photograph, and it would bring a sense of melancholy, a reminder of a time that was bittersweet, a time when we spent our honeymoon in Greece, where we immersed ourselves in the beauty of the seas and savored an endless feast of food. We spent our days meeting locals, our evenings filled with candlelit dinners as the sun dipped below the horizon, and the nights lasted until the early hours of the morning. Once we were back home, reality set in again. The company, Alro Homes, was expanding at an impressive pace, and the demand for our high-end homes was booming. Surprisingly, farmers were among those asking for single-container homes for their lands, wanting to replace the old shearers' quarters. After receiving several requests, I asked the team to come up with designs for an outback range that would suit the harsh conditions of the Australian outback, with its scorching heat and red dust, and the tough lifestyle of farm workers. The first year was a success, and once word got out, we sold more of those homes than any other model in our range. As the CEO of Alro, Amy was constantly busy, but all it took was a glance from her for her schedule to change, making room for us to spend time together. After a few months of marriage, she would often come into my office, interrupting my work rather than the other way around. Our first major argument was about something that was brewing beneath the surface, a prenuptial agreement. George had drafted the paperwork after I had asked a few times, but Amy kept postponing it. The tension built up one evening, and what started as a disagreement turned into an all-out argument. We both said things we didn't mean. Amy didn't want the agreement, and as much as I admired her for that, I knew the company needed protection. She raised her voice. "Do you know what the name of the company means?" Her voice was sharp. "It means there will be no agreement. What's mine is yours, and that's final." I understood what she was saying, but I still believed she needed legal protection. Our words clashed, and in a moment of frustration, Amy made a remark that struck deep, hinting that she now understood how my family must have felt about me. So stubborn that I couldn't see reason. I knew she didn't mean it, but the words were out there, and they hung in the air like a thick fog. We both fell silent, unsure of how to proceed. I looked at her, hurt by what she had said, but I knew it was in the heat of the moment. Later, I left her, tears streaming down her face, and I locked myself in the gym, hitting the punching bag until my knuckles bled. I didn't wrap my hands, pushing myself to the limit, until I finally collapsed from exhaustion. I woke up on the gym floor, my head resting in Amy's lap. Her tears had soaked through my shirt. "Robbie, oh Robbie, my love, I'm so sorry, hang in there. An ambulance is on the way." She kept whispering my name. "Robbie, I'm so sorry," over and over. The paramedics arrived, checked me over quickly, and sent me home. My mind was in a haze, and I realized I had been working too hard at Alro Homes. I needed a break. "I'll sign the agreement, sweetie," Amy whispered as we cuddled in bed later that night. "I regret what I said. It was wrong, and I feel terrible." I kissed her head, feeling the weight of the moment. "It's okay, Amy. I know you didn't mean it." I reassured her. "I guess I'm not as perfect in your eyes now," she said quietly. I feel bad. You're just as human as the rest of us, I said gently. And I know you were right too. I can be stubborn sometimes, she admitted. We just had our first real fight, that's all. I held her close. You should know, Amy, that the agreement doesn't matter to me. What's mine is yours and what's yours is mine, for life. I just want to keep anyone from ever bothering us about it. If they ask, I married you, not your money, I added. I know, dear, she whispered as she snuggled closer. It just feels like I'm being unfaithful by signing it. We talked for a little longer, and as Amy rested against me, I felt the bond between us deepen. It wasn't long before we shared a moment of intimacy, the moonlight casting a soft glow over her features, showing me everything I loved about her. Afterwards, we both felt a sense of peace, a calm that followed our emotional whirlwind. The next week, Amy had to take a sudden trip to New Zealand for 3 days. A studio wanted to film a new fantasy series in the wilderness of New Zealand, and Alro Homes was a major investor in one of the companies working with the studio, so Amy had to attend several meetings. Amy found it harder to be away than I did. That first night she called me from her hotel, and we spent hours talking, just like we did when we were at home. We had fun, even playing around on video chat, a little silly, but we enjoyed it. The next night, though, we didn't get to talk much because she was having dinner with the production team, but before bed, I sent her a message telling her I loved her and that I couldn't wait to see her the next day. The following morning, I spent the day at Alro Homes, making sure everything was on track with our teams. We were set to make a solid profit this quarter, about 10% more than expected, which felt like a win. But when I got home, a sense of unease crept over me. Amy wasn't home yet. Even though she should have been back hours ago, I called her phone, but it went straight to voicemail. I called again from a different phone, and then I tried reaching Maria, the manager in New Zealand, but she hadn't seen Amy since last night, when she was at dinner with clients. Maria seemed unsure when I spoke to her for the 3rd time. Still no word on Amy's whereabouts. Maria, what's going on? What aren't you telling me? I asked, my voice tight with concern. Nothing, Robbie, it's nothing, she replied, but her voice didn't sound convincing. I stood by the window, watching the sun dip beneath the horizon, and my worry only deepened. Where was Amy? Where could she be? Maria, my wife, has gone missing, and you're not being upfront with me. Please, tell me what's going on before I call the police, I said, my voice tightening with worry. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. It felt like the silence was pressing in on me. Then I heard Maria's voice. She sighed before speaking. I'm not sure how comfortable I feel talking about this, she began. Last night, we went out with the studio crew, the production team, and a few others. Yeah, I know. Amy mentioned it to me. I replied quickly, well, Amy had a few drinks, and then there was this guy, Kurt, the production manager. He got a little too close to Amy, Maria explained. My heart skipped a beat. I had to stop myself from jumping to conclusions. I started pacing back and forth in our living room. Maria, I said, trying to steady my breath. What happened next? I don't know, Robbie, Maria continued. It was like she was answering questions I hadn't asked yet. Amy wasn't herself most of the night, and when she got up to leave, Kurt followed her. I didn't see or hear from either of them after that, she finished. The line went quiet. I could feel the weight of her words. I'm sorry, Maria whispered. We stayed quiet for a while. I don't know what else to say. I felt lost. Maria promised she'd check in with a few people, but so far, she hadn't heard anything. She hadn't contacted the authorities yet, but she would if nothing turned up in the next few hours. I could tell she was worried. Maria had been with me at our wedding just a few months ago. She knew how hard this was for me, especially after the fight with Amy's sister. After we hung up, I was left standing there, feeling like I couldn't breathe. I wanted to scream, I wanted to cry, but I couldn't. I kept trying to figure out why Amy hadn't spoken to me or why she had left with Kurt, both of them unreachable for almost an entire day. I called Peter, then Rain, Darren, and Tony, asking if they had heard from Amy, but none of them had. I called the hotel. They confirmed Amy had checked out, but wouldn't give me any further details. I was losing hope. I tried everything, but I couldn't find her anywhere. I was on hold with the New Zealand police when the headlights of a car swept across the glass in the front door. Someone was driving up the driveway. Without thinking, I rushed outside. In a blur, Amy stepped out of the car. With the driver helping her, I ran to her side, and the moment she felt my touch, she collapsed into my arms. sobbing uncontrollably. The driver grabbed Amy's bag from the trunk and gave me a sad look. I waved him off before he could say anything. Amy clung to me as I guided her inside. I sat her down on the couch and handed her a box of tissues. She sobbed, holding onto me tightly, her face buried in my chest, never looking up at me. I could feel her fear, and it broke something inside me. I didn't know how to fix it. I had never loved anyone the way I loved Amy, but in that moment, I couldn't shake the feeling of being hurt again. I was terrified of what she might say. I didn't know if I had the strength to face another betrayal, but in that moment, I realized something else too. My love for her was just as strong, maybe stronger than before. Even if something terrible had happened, I was ready to forgive her. I would do whatever it took to keep her safe and happy, even if my heart had to break in the process. Neither of us said a word. She still held me tight, trembling slightly, as though she feared I might disappear. Minutes passed, and I finally broke the silence. "Amy," I said, my voice soft. She looked up at me, her face streaked with tears. Her long black hair stuck to her cheeks, her shirt soaked, her eyes red and puffy. "Robbie, she started, but before she could finish, she broke down again. The tears coming harder this time, I let her cry for a few minutes, before leaning forward and offering her some tissues. "Shh, my love here," I said gently. She glanced at me briefly, and then at the tissues in my hand. That's when I saw it. The scratches on her arm, they were fresh, red and raw, just starting to scab over. When she blew her nose, she noticed my gaze and followed my eyes. "What happened?" I asked softly. She went quiet for a long time, but at least she wasn't crying anymore. Finally, she whispered, "Robbie, I am so sorry, sorry," I repeated, my heart racing. "Are you okay?" Panic surged inside me, but not from a sense of betrayal, but something deeper, something I couldn't understand. She shook her head and whispered, "No, I wanted to hold her, to comfort her." But fear held me back. My heart was pounding in my chest. What had happened? Was she still my wife? Had she betrayed my trust, or was something worse going on? "Robbie, I don't want to lose you, but can you please get me some water?" "I need a moment to gather myself," she said, her voice shaky, struggling with feelings I couldn't quite grasp. I hesitated, then stood up and went to the kitchen, filling 2 glasses with water. I came back and handed her one. "Thank you," she said softly, her hands trembling as she took a sip. After a long pause, she looked at her arm again before turning back to me. "Robbie, this is going to be hard," she spoke quietly. "You might not like me after I tell you this, but I promise, I've always been honest with you." I swallowed hard, feeling a lump form in my throat. Amy locked eyes with me, and I could tell she was bracing herself to say something heavy. "Last night, Maria and I went to dinner with the production team after some successful meetings. Knowing all of this already, I couldn't help but reflect on the dinner. It was lovely, but I found myself missing you more than I expected. As I was getting ready, I had this urge to call you, just to hear your voice and maybe joke around a little. My thoughts were all on us all day. After the fun we had the night before, a faint blush crept up her cheeks. I stayed silent, my heart racing. I could feel something was coming, something I wouldn't want to hear. As we started our meal, I began to feel uneasy, sipping on my wine. Amy raised her hand. She knew it wasn't her usual drink, but everyone else was drinking it, so she figured 2 glasses wouldn't hurt. She briefly met my eyes before looking down at her lap. One of the production managers, Kurt, had been flirting with her all throughout dinner. She hadn't encouraged him, but he was persistent, I think Maria noticed, though she didn't say a word unless I asked for help. Amy's voice was soft as she continued speaking. After dinner, I felt worse. I finished my wine, excused myself, and told everyone I wasn't feeling well, mentioning I had an early flight. I said my goodbyes, not noticing anyone else leave until I realized Kurt had followed me, just to say goodbye. I didn't think much of it, since we were all staying at the same hotel, but as we got into the elevator, I felt even worse. Without asking, Kurt helped me back to my room, and the moment I opened the door, I rushed to the bathroom, barely making it before I was sick. Sitting there, feeling uneasy about what was happening, Amy noticed the look on my face, squeezed my hand and kept talking. I must have sat there for at least 5 minutes before Kurt's hand gently rubbed my back. At first, it felt comforting, but then the thought hit me that you weren't there, and a stranger was in my hotel room. Trying not to show how uncomfortable I felt, I got up, washed my hands with Kurt watching, and walked back to the main room, thanking him for bringing me back, hinting that it was time for him to leave. He kept asking if I was okay. Before offering me an open bottle of water, Amy struggled to get the words out, but when our eyes met, I saw a flicker of hope that she was still with me. Something felt off about the whole situation, so I placed the bottle on the bedside table, trying to push Kurt out of the room, but he didn't catch my hint, so I asked him again to leave. Because I was feeling uneasy, he turned toward the door, but instead of leaving, he kicked it, slamming it shut. As I listened, Amy explained how Kurt's demeanor changed. He locked the door and walked toward her. His attitude had completely shifted, and he made it clear that he wanted her, claiming that she now belonged to him. He had wanted her from the first moment he saw her, and now that they were alone, he was going to take her. My anger surged as Amy described how she screamed and fought back when he tried to trap her. Kurt was strong, and she said he hit her once, laughing at it. But then he screamed in pain when she used one of the self-defense moves I had taught her, stomping on his foot, and then kicking him in the groin. She managed to make a run for the door. Calling for help, Amy got the door unlocked, but as soon as she reached for it, Kurt grabbed her and threw her back inside. She told me she had hurt her arm on the edge of the desk. Leaving the scratches I saw, Kurt was furious, ignoring his pain as he came after her. But my wife wasn't backing down. When Kurt tried to pin her down, she quickly rolled out of the way. Getting back up, she kicked him again, first in the groin, then in the head. Kurt was in agony now, and Amy prepared to kick him again, when the door suddenly swung open. 3 big security guards rushed in, responding to the noise. Someone had heard her screams. Just as Amy landed another kick to Kurt, the security guards had to restrain her. She was furious, and Kurt, knocked out from her last blow, was rushed to the hospital, while Amy was arrested, taken away for several hours without proper rights. They tried to make her anxious. Knowing she was from Australia, they wouldn't allow her to call George or me, since it was an international call, and her phone had broken during the fight. She didn't even have Maria's number. The police didn't care who Amy was, or who Kurt was. They only saw a woman hurting an unconscious man. After getting a lawyer the next morning, Amy spent hours trying to explain to the young lawyer that she was only defending herself from someone who meant to harm her, but it wasn't until late morning that the police began to believe her. Kurt had woken up in the hospital and spun his own version of events, claiming that Amy had been flirting with him during dinner and invited him to her hotel room. When he turned her down, she had gotten violent. The police didn't trust him, but he insisted that there was no way a small woman could overpower a man like him unless she surprised him. The police were stuck between 2 conflicting accounts, one from a man in the hospital and one from an Australian woman who, to them, seemed to be at fault. Things started to shift when Amy got sick again. The police gave her water and a snack, but soon after, she threw it all up. A doctor came in, took some blood, and started asking more questions, and soon they began to suspect something had been done to her. When Amy shared her story this time, they listened. They found her in the bathroom, sick, with some blood from her arm on the desk, and when they asked how she could fight someone like Kurt, she laughed, saying, "My husband is Robbie, the MMA fighter who beat Cody McGuinness." One of the officers recognized the name, and once they realized she was the victim, everything started to turn in her favor quickly. Her lawyer ensured that Amy was set to go. Her plans were all in place to head straight to the airport. No one could get in touch with me since the call had been disrupted by a missed dial. One number off, leaving Amy anxious and alone. She made arrangements to charter a plane back home, promising to return for the trial. Right before boarding, the police handed her a report. Kurt had been arrested for attacking her and facing several serious charges. The test results showed Amy hadn't been drugged, but she might have been in danger if she'd drunk water tainted with harmful substances Kurt had mixed in. "So, why were you so sick, Amy, if it wasn't drugs?" I asked. "That's the thing, baby. It wasn't drugs or food poisoning," she replied, still visibly shaken from everything she'd just revealed. "They told me I'd been throwing up because I'm pregnant," she added, her voice tinged with discomfort. I froze, processing her words. In one single day, my emotions had flipped from concern to panic, thinking I was losing everything because I'd been so focused on whether Amy had been unfaithful. Now, my mind was racing. Her revelation hit me harder than anything else. "I'm going to be a father?" I whispered, staring at her in disbelief. She looked at me, concern in her eyes. "Did you hear me, Robbie? You're going to be a father," she said, her voice thick with worry. I'm going to be a dad," I whispered again, the weight of it all sinking in. Amy looked at me, eyes full of fear. "Robbie, no," she said, reaching out, tears in her eyes. "There's no way this—" "Robbie," she said, trying to gauge my reaction. I pulled her into my arms, whispering, "Shh. I know, my love, I'm sorry. I thought it wasn't right. I trailed off." She cried for a moment, then gently hit my chest. "No, it's not fair," she said. "I will always blame Georgia for doing this to you." She paused, looking up at me. "But I want you to know, there's never been anyone else. Only you. This baby is yours," she finished, her voice filled with sincerity. We fell asleep that night, holding each other, whispering how much we loved one another. I kept rubbing her belly, and we drifted off, exhausted. The morning came, soft and quiet. We shared a tender moment before calling her parents and reaching out to Darren and Tony, letting them know Amy was back home, safe. We also spoke to George, giving him a shortened version of the events. By the end of the day, George had already started legal action against the production company. Kurt had been released on bail but was now under electronic surveillance. We heard he had been hurt a few months later, but no one knew who had done it. Amy's belly grew with each passing day, and every evening I'd rub it, feeling a connection to our growing child. She was busy with Alro, but I made sure her managers took on more of her workload as her due date neared. Her clients and the team knew she wouldn't be traveling for a while, so everyone planned to visit her in Australia over the next year. Instead of relying on video calls, Alro Homes was expanding. With support from Allo, 2 more teams were added. I was surprised to find ourselves often competing with my old company, Total Build, and the satisfaction of winning 3 out of 4 projects over them felt rewarding. It made me feel like I was finally on the right path. The feelings of inadequacy my family had tried to push on me were becoming more and more irrelevant, with so much change happening so quickly. Amy asked Rain and Peter to sign confidentiality agreements, keeping things private, including her pregnancy, from Georgia and my family, a few months before the baby arrived. Amy and I were surprised by how quickly life was shifting. One warm August morning, as winter gave way to spring, Amy went into labor. After 19 long hours, my incredible wife gave birth to our son, William. Holding him in my arms, I felt pride like never before. Amy was tired but beaming with happiness, a mother now, and I was so proud of her. Over the next few weeks, we began to adjust to parenthood. Even though sleep was in short supply, newborns have a way of keeping you awake at all hours. Darren and Tony became godparents to William, and then, unexpectedly, they announced they were moving to the Sunshine Coast to be closer to us. They surprised us again by announcing their engagement. That weekend, we hosted a barbecue at our place with Amy's parents, Darren and Tony. While Amy took care of William, it felt like a simple, perfect day, surrounded by family and friends, and I found myself smiling more than I had in a long time. About 3 months later, I was at work when Cameron, one of our salespeople, came into my office. "Hey boss, what's up?" he said, sitting across from me. I took a sip of my coffee, fighting off the exhaustion of being up all night. "Don't worry, it gets easier," he chuckled, noticing the weariness in my eyes. "Does it?" I asked, hoping it was true. The past week had been tough, with late nights spent with William, giving Amy time to rest. She was exhausted from breastfeeding, caring for our son, and keeping up with things at Alro, and I was helping as much as I could. Every time I thought about it, I realized how simple things used to be, changing diapers without a care in the world. But Amy was the one in charge of all that, and I knew better than to step in. So I let her rest whenever she could, though I didn't really believe what I was saying. He chuckled softly. "But I wouldn't change a thing, boss. You'll come to remember both the good times and the bad as your kids grow. And eventually, you'll laugh about it." Cameron had 3 kids with his high school sweetheart. "What do you need today, Cam?" I asked, trying to shift the conversation, taking another sip of my coffee to shake off the tiredness. "I've got something interesting, boss," Cameron began, his tone catching my attention. "Remember how we've been doing great with those modern container products in the camping space?" he asked. "Yes, things are going well," I replied, hoping there was more good news to come. "Do you have a new client?" I asked, leaning forward a little, my hopes rising. Cameron shook his head. No, one of the salespeople from a company we've been competing with reached out to me yesterday, he said. My eyebrows shot up in interest. I could tell something was off, but Cameron didn't seem to fully grasp the situation. Go on, I prompted. Well, he called me up, acting like he was the greatest thing ever, Cameron said, a hint of annoyance creeping into his voice as he recalled the conversation. He tried to sell me on how amazing his product was, but considering we've been outpacing them in sales recently, he suggested we team up. I scoffed, already knowing who this person was, but I let Cameron continue. Honestly, Robbie, the guy's a real jerk, but I remembered what you always say, that every problem hides an opportunity, so I invited him to meet you for coffee in 2 weeks, he added. I don't think anything will come of it, but who knows? Maybe they'll help us sell more products. Cameron laughed, but I couldn't share his amusement. I paused for a moment, stood up, and paced around the room. Cancel the meeting, I said, my voice firm. I'm not interested. Boss? Cameron's voice was full of surprise. Just to be clear, you mean Brad Jr. from Total Build, right? I asked. Yeah, how did you— Oh no, it's them, isn't it? He said, his realization hitting hard. I nodded. It wasn't something I'd ever shared with anyone, but in this industry, word gets around, and it was hard to keep my last name a secret. It linked me directly to Total Build. Cancel the meeting. I'll make the call, I added. Thanks, Cam, I sighed, feeling a wave of frustration wash over me. He stopped at the door, looking back. Don't worry about it, boss, he said, his tone softer now. I should have figured it out. I'm sorry if I stirred up bad memories. I waved him off. It's fine, I said, trying to brush it aside. Keep looking for those chances. I appreciate your creativity. But there's no way in hell I'm working with Thema, my troublesome older brother, again. We chatted a little longer, but soon enough, Cameron left. About half an hour later, he came back to report that the meeting had been cancelled. I didn't mention your name, he said, a slight smile forming. But Brad wasn't happy. He tried everything to keep it going, even promising to bring in your dad, the CEO of Total Build. But I politely turned him down. I thought that would be the end of it, but with my family I should have known better. 2 weeks later, on a Wednesday morning, Amy and I walked into Aloe Homes, coffee in hand, with little William happily snuggled in my arms, when I heard that familiar, arrogant voice pierce the air. Now I know why I couldn't get a meeting. That guy works here. My older brother's voice cut through the space, and we turned to face the waiting area, realizing we had missed the group sitting on the sofas. There they were, my dad, Brad Jr., and Georgia. Georgia was holding a baby in a stroller, with a toddler, who I guessed was my first nephew, sitting on her lap. Her eyes moved from Amy to William, then to me, and when our gazes met, I saw a flash of sadness in her eyes as she watched me hold my son. Brad Jr. wasn't any better, glaring at me like he always did. I see you haven't changed, he sneered. I couldn't help myself. You're still a disappointment, I shot back. But yes, you're right. I'm the reason you missed your meeting. Brad took a breath, ready to snap back. But before he could, our father raised his hand to stop him. I knew he was going to say something sharp. Robert, he began, his voice calm but firm. When Brad's meeting was cancelled, we decided to come here to meet with Cameron. Al Holmes has taken a bigger share of the market recently, and we thought maybe we could collaborate. Now that I see you, he continued, his voice growing colder, I have to ask, are you really so petty as to harm our already struggling business just because of personal issues? I couldn't help but feel a slight respect for his attempt to stay professional. Even though I couldn't stand the man, that must have taken a lot of self-control, but I could see he was reassessing the situation, trying to find a way to salvage the connections he had hoped to revive. I sighed deeply. No, I said slowly, even with everything you've done to me, calling me your enemy and suing me for no reason, I haven't tried to take work from Total Build after winning most of those bids. I was shocked when I learned we were up against you. Brad Jr. shouted. I chuckled. William, still nestled in my arms, smiled up at me when he heard my laugh. Without a word, I handed William to Amy, who had been watching the exchange carefully. I leaned in and kissed her, then quietly asked, Take him into the office. Away from this, please. She smiled and nodded, walking away, leaving the mess to unfold. Amy glanced briefly at her sister before turning and walking away. Our son perched comfortably on her hip as she passed the receptionist, giving her a sharp look. The receptionist, almost instinctively, followed Amy with her gaze, leaving me alone with my family and ex-wife. "So, what is it you want?" I asked, crossing my arms. My father studied my face intently, his posture changing now that we were alone. "I want to speak to your boss," he said, his tone suddenly sharp. "The owner of Alro Homes. I need to let him know that my dishonest son is stealing clients from us. I want to make it clear that you have no place in this business and that you're a disgrace to our name. If he decides to let you go and work with us instead, we will bring in far more revenue together than you ever would with your little company." He took a breath before continuing, his voice colder now. "When I meet with him, I'll show him that you're irrelevant. I told you this would happen, that you'd be struggling along with your wife and son." I raised an eyebrow, smirking at him. I couldn't help but wonder if he was beginning to lose his grip on reality, growing desperate as time passed and his plans unraveled. "You think you have control here," he went on, his voice tight with arrogance. "But you don't. I've got more experience than you. You may think this business is doing well, but when I talk to your boss, I'll show them that my expertise and my team could do far better than anything you can offer. They'll see that you learned everything from me. I can do it faster, better, and make more money doing it. I'll watch you fail, and Alro Homes will turn its back on you. You'll come crawling back to me, begging for help." His words were filled with a manic passion, a deep-rooted resentment that clouded his judgment. I couldn't help but smile. "Is that your plan? Why do you think I'd let you talk to the owner of Alro Homes?" I asked, taking a slow sip of my coffee, enjoying the moment. "You don't have a choice," my father replied, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Now that I know you're here, I'll start working against you. Piece by piece, I'll tear you down. I'll meet with them and make sure they understand who you really are." I chuckled, almost in disbelief. "So you're willing to lie and stir up trouble? Do you really hate me that much because I didn't give in to your demands?" I paused, then added, "By the way, is that my niece in the stroller, or does it belong to Chris?" I smirked as I waited for an answer, but none came. That's when it hit me. The child wasn't related to me at all. "It doesn't matter," my father shot back dismissively. "Brad is raising Colleen, which is what you should have done." For the first time, I felt a slight pang of sympathy for my older brother. He was raising someone else's child while Brad Jr. stood there, awkwardly listening to the heated exchange. I laughed again, raising a hand when they seemed ready to respond. "Sorry, but this whole situation just cracks me up," I said, trying to lighten the mood. "You know what? I'll let you meet with the owners for a few minutes. I doubt your lies will convince them, but it should at least be entertaining. Just give me a second to set it up." The surprise was evident in their faces, but none of them protested. Without another word, I turned and walked toward the back office, leaving them to settle into their seats. I could hear their whispered conversations as I left. They hadn't expected me to give in so easily. Inside the back office, Amy sat in a chair, feeding William and chatting with Jenny, who worked at the front desk. "I've told everyone to come in through the warehouse door today," I remarked as Jenny looked at Amy and then back at me, pausing briefly. "It's all fine," I added with a smile. "I told them they could meet with the owners of Alro Homes and try to convince me why I should be let go, why I should be fired for not doing my job, and why Alro should team up with Total Build instead." Amy raised an eyebrow, a bemused expression crossing her face. "You're enjoying this, aren't you?" she asked, smiling at me. "Yep," I replied with a grin. "Robbie, you know, if we go through with this, your family and even Georgia might start piecing things together about us," she said, her expression turning serious. I sighed. "Brad might not catch on, but Dad definitely will." Amy paused, thinking it over. She adjusted her shawl, cradling William gently, then managed to get him to burp. "Now that we're married, and with William—" "Not as much as I used to," she said, shaking her head. "Even if your dad figures out who owns Alro, he'll probably just assume I work here and helped with the connections. Maybe. So how about we have Cameron introduce us?" I suggested with a wink. "Good idea," Amy replied, flashing a grin. Just a few minutes later, Cameron emerged, greeting my father, my brother, and Georgia. Amy and I walked out hand in hand, the three visitors staring at us in surprise. "Everyone," Cameron began, "I'd like to introduce you to the owners of Alro Homes, Robbie and Amy. They are some of the best business owners I know and incredibly smart people." "Wow," Brad said wide-eyed. "You own this place? How? It must be worth millions." Amy spoke in a cool, professional tone, her composure flawless. This facility is valued at around $22 million, and our other site is just over $3 million. In our first year, Alro Homes made more than $15 million with an 8% profit. As you know, our products are becoming well known for their high quality. Thanks to our CEO, we always meet deadlines, and our investors are thrilled with how quickly Alro is growing. Investors? Brad Jr. asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, I answered. Alro Homes has outside investors. Our investment team has been with us since we had our business plan in place, and they continue to guide us as we grow. Right now, we're working on some pretty crucial connections, planning to expand significantly in the next few years, which means we'll be launching new products, breaking into fresh markets, and making sure our products stand out as the best in the world. We aim to do all this better than anything Total Build could ever offer. My brother just stared at me. Georgia was busy trying to entertain her son. But my dad, he looked furious. "You little brat," my father suddenly yelled. "Do you think you're so clever because you own this place? You really think you're so good that you can destroy this family? Well, I hope you shove your little business where the sun doesn't shine. You think we're just going to let this go? I will ruin you." I had enough. Seriously. I shot back, calling him by the title I hadn't used in years. He seemed to forget it, but the truth was I hadn't called him that in a long time. "For years you've yelled and whined, wanting me to live my life under your thumb, making empty threats to destroy me, wasting your time and your money. You're the one wasting it all, not me." He opened his mouth to respond, but I cut him off, fed up with hearing the same old tired lines. "Shut up, old man," I snapped, and everyone turned to look at me. "Did I take Total Build's market share?" "Yes, and your threats mean nothing to me. With every threat you make, I already have a response before you even finish your sentence. But I won't tell you how. You'll never see what's coming." I leaned in, eyes locked with his. "You once told me I should have just accepted being betrayed by someone who clearly wasn't too bright," I said, glancing at my older brother, who didn't seem to get it. He was still processing the idea that I was now the CEO, but I wasn't stopping. "You told me to accept a lousy wife who got pregnant by my brother while we were still married and had a baby with her sister-in-law's fiancé after a party. Can you just take a second and see it from the outside? Can you put your anger aside for one moment and realize that to anyone watching, it just looks like a huge mess of drama, a total disaster? And while you pretend to be hurt by my actions, let's talk about your business. You now have less than 20% of the market share you used to have. You've moved 3 times in the past 2 years just to stay afloat. Any good builder on the Gold Coast won't touch you because they don't know if they'll get paid. And don't think I don't know you're on your last warning with your Bunnings account. One more slip-up, and they'll cut off your supplies." My dad's eyes widened, surprised. "Yes, Dad," I stressed. "I'm not as clueless as your other son. I've kept an eye on Total Build ever since I left. I worked hard to build this place, and even though I have mixed feelings about all of you, it hurts to see it in this state." "Shut up, loser," my brother shot back. "We would have been fine if you hadn't taken our work." I chuckled. "Brad, you need to look in a mirror. You're calling me a loser? You're raising another man's child as your own, and you want to call me a loser?" When I walked away from the same situation with the same woman, I glanced at Georgia, who was trying to stay out of the way, playing with her son and gently rocking her daughter in the stroller. I needed them to know I was more aware than they thought. "But even before we started Alro Homes, your sales had already dropped by over 133%. I can only guess that any deals you made were thanks to Dad's experience, and not your selling skills. How many of those deals did I fix before I left?" We all sat there in silence for a moment. Then my dad, recovering some of his composure, spoke. "Listen, Robert, I want you to stop interfering. Leave our business alone. I thought we might partner up, but now that I see you own this place, I realize I could never work with someone like you. This is it. You're my biggest problem, and I'm going to make sure this place falls apart. You'll lose everything, and your kids will never forgive you." I shook my head. "He still doesn't get it," I muttered. He stood up, ready to leave, but not before taking one last parting shot at me. "You could have avoided all this, Robert. You could have been happy. You could have had Georgia. You could have had your own kids by now, but instead, I'll make sure you suffer." He clearly hadn't noticed me and Amy walking in, happily holding William. I started to speak, but Amy raised her hand, signaling for me to be quiet. "Listen, Brad, she began, breaking her silence. "You just threatened us again. You've made promises over and over, but just look around you. You can see what Alro Homes has become. You must realize by now that we're 3 times bigger than Total Build was at its peak, and that was when my husband worked for you, making everything easier for you. You really need to wake up. This is the 2nd time you've threatened us like this. You're already breaking a restraining order, and just so you know, our security cameras recorded everything, and we'll be sending it straight to our lawyer." My father's face showed a flicker of recognition. He remembered his last encounter with George, a case he'd lost badly. The case had been dismissed before he even had the chance to speak. Amy continued, her tone turning serious. "As the CEO of Alro, I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. For that alone, I'll always carry a heavy burden. But then I got involved with your sister's fiancé, and even though I had her blessing at the time, the fact that I ended up pregnant by him is all she needs to dislike me." That's when I noticed Georgia, her sadness so evident in her eyes. She tried to change the subject. "Look at you," she said softly. "You're a successful business owner, doing better than your family's company ever did. You married a wonderful woman," she added, pausing as she noticed I was. "Yeah, Robbie, I know Amy. She's had a thing for you since we first started dating, never looked at anyone else, so it's no surprise that you're with her now." Georgia said, her voice quiet but steady, "I can see how that could happen after I pushed you away." Her eyes welled up with tears, but I just stood there, not knowing what to say. She didn't ask for help, and I didn't offer it. "And now, you have your son," she added, her voice wavering. "There's something I've kept from you, but if it helps, watching you with him this morning felt like a knife in my gut. I know I should have been the one there, sharing that moment with you, but I was too wrapped up in myself, too selfish." Georgia wiped her eyes, then silently grabbed the diaper bag, draping it over the stroller. "I'm not happy, Robbie. The only reason I haven't done something drastic is because of my kids," she said, a faint smile flickering on her lips. "I'm only happy when I'm with them, but the rest of the time, it's like living in hell. Everyone treats me like I'm invisible. If sharing this with you makes up for what we did, then I'll do it." "Georgia," I began, touched by her words, feeling a mixture of sadness and regret. "No, Robbie," she interrupted, raising her hand. "I don't want your pity. I just want you to understand that your family means nothing without you. Without you, I am nothing," she whispered the last part, so quietly I wasn't sure I heard it right. "Don't let your father get away with anything," she continued, her voice hardening. "Despite what Amy says, I fear their hatred for you will cloud their judgment." She started pushing the stroller toward the door and paused as the sliding door opened for her, glancing back one last time. "Robbie," she said, her voice soft but firm, "you're the kindest person I've ever known. You're smart, hard-working, and honest. My sister is the luckiest woman alive." Her eyes locked onto mine. "Take care of her, Robbie. She may not like me, but I care about her. Almost as much as I still care about you." With those words, Georgia walked out of my life once more. I stood there for a while, the weight of her words settling in, until I felt Amy's arms wrap around me from behind. "She's right," Amy whispered, resting her chin on my shoulder. "I'm the luckiest woman in the world." I turned to kiss her, my heart full of gratitude. "And I'm the luckiest man." In the months that followed, we heard whispers about our business and how Total Build was suddenly gunning for every job we were after. But George quickly shut those rumors down, knowing where they were coming from. In response to their bids, I made sure that Alro Homes carefully evaluated every project that might be in competition with them. If there was profit to be made, we went for it. If not, we let them have the leftovers. Amy took her first trip abroad since the incident in New Zealand and the birth of our son, William. He was nearly done with nursing, so I had started feeding him the breast milk that Amy had stored for us. The night before she left, we had a quiet evening together, falling asleep in each other's arms. William and I saw her off at the airport, and I made sure she was set up with the security she needed for the trip. I felt uneasy those first few days, and I think Amy did too, but she came home 10 days later, and we both breathed a sigh of relief. She told me how nervous she was when people approached her at dinner, but was glad to have security with her. When she returned, we spent a lot of time together. I relished the quiet moments with her, the small exchanges that reminded me of how much we still had between us. We decided to try for another child. In early May, we found out we were expecting again. We were both excited, but Amy was more emotional this time. with some intense mood swings. One evening she joined Darren, Tony and me at one of my unsanctioned fights. Afterward, she was really upset with my opponent for a move he made, and a bit angry with me for not taking care of myself better. After Tony helped calm her down, she apologized to me. A little after the 6-month mark of her pregnancy, Darren and I had a training camp for an upcoming fight in June. It was another sanctioned match, and Amy, along with Darren and Tony, encouraged me to go. She was trying to make up for her earlier emotional outburst. I kissed her as I left with Darren for the 6-hour drive up to northern New South Wales. Tony and Amy planned to spend the time together since they were both expecting. Yes, Darren and Tony were having a baby too. They'd waited until after the first trimester to share the news. Tony had felt her time was running out, so they decided to try for a child, and were fortunate to conceive naturally despite some health issues Tony had faced in her teens. Darren was thrilled, but like Amy, Tony's emotions were a mix of joy and uncertainty. We cared deeply about our girls, but taking a few days away for training was exactly what we needed. When we arrived at the camp, there were 12 of us, all ready for 2 days of intense work. We exercised non-stop, lifting weights, running, and stretching. It was grueling, and if you weren't already in shape, it would have been nearly impossible. By the time we got home, we were tired but satisfied. I was looking forward to a peaceful evening with my girls, maybe sharing a drink, cuddling, just spending quality time with my wife. But when we walked through the door, things weren't what I expected. "We're back, ladies," I said cheerfully, as Darren and I entered. "What are you doing here?" Amy screamed, her voice sharp with anger. "Get out!" "Amy, wait. What's going on?" I tried to speak, but she wouldn't let me. "Don't you Amy me? You lying, cheating, how could you do this to me?" she yelled through her tears. Tony stood behind her, arms crossed over her pregnant belly, looking just as stunned as I felt. I stood frozen, caught off guard. Amy had never spoken to me like this before. Sure, we had disagreements, but we always worked through them. "Amy, I don't know what you're talking about," I said, trying to process everything. "Robbie," she began, her voice trembling, "I thought I knew you all these years. How could you?" "Tony, what the hell is going on?" I asked, my voice rising in frustration, but Tony's expression only hardened as she glared at me, her voice cold and sharp. "You know exactly what you've done, don't you?" I turned to Darren, who stood there with a blank look, just as bewildered as I was. "What's happening here? What are you accusing me of?" I stammered, still not grasping the situation. "You betrayed me with her." Amy's voice trembled with hurt as she spoke, her words cutting through me like a knife. "That's what you did." I blinked, the confusion only growing. "What? Who?" I didn't. I felt completely lost. "Tony, please, what's going on? What's happening?" Darren asked, stepping forward, clearly just as shaken by the whole thing. "Rob and I have been at camp for the last 2 days. There were no girls there. Nothing happened." Tony shot Darren a look, her anger flaring again. "Stay out of this," she snapped, her eyes locking onto mine. "If you helped Robbie with any of this, don't expect any sympathy from me." Her words stung, and I could feel my blood start to boil. I had done nothing wrong, yet here I was being accused of something that made no sense, and by people who should have trusted me. "Amy, Tony, tell me what's going on right now," I demanded, my voice shaking with a mix of frustration and disbelief. For a moment, I thought Tony might keep pushing, but something in my tone made her pause. The edge in her voice softened slightly as she looked me up and down, her gaze searching mine. "Are you involved with Georgia?" she asked, the suspicion clear in her eyes. I recoiled, my mouth going dry. "What, Georgia? Are you serious?" I shouted, almost laughing in disbelief. "Why would I be with her? You know how I feel about my ex-wife." Tony shook her head slowly. "Then how do you explain this?" she asked, as Amy's face contorted with distress. Without another word, Tony crossed the room to Amy, snatched the phone from her hand, and unlocked it with a swift swipe. Amy looked at me, eyes full of hurt, as Tony opened an email from someone labeled only as "Concerned Observer." The subject line alone made my stomach drop, and I read the email as it loaded on the screen. "Dear Amy, I regret having to inform you of this, but Robert is having an affair with your sister Georgia. I understand this may be hard to believe, but they've been meeting regularly since they came to visit you months ago. Please see the attached photos and videos for proof. Yours sincerely, a concerned citizen." My heart pounded in my chest, and my mind raced to process what I was reading. The weight of the email hung in the air, thick with accusation. I wanted to scream, to demand an explanation, but my mind was spinning, trying to figure out how this had all happened. The email continued. Attached are several photos and videos. One shows Georgia in her underwear, posing, and others show Robert with her, looking intimate. There's a video of them together. It's clear what's happening. The final photo shows Georgia and Robert smiling at the camera together. I felt the ground shift beneath me as I tried to hold myself together. This was a nightmare. Amy, this isn't what it looks like. I started, but she was already looking at me like I was the one who had destroyed everything. Is that you in those pictures? She demanded, through gritted teeth, her voice shaky but furious. Yes, it's me, I said, my voice small, but I had no way to explain. I felt like I was drowning, trapped in a situation I couldn't escape. But, I tried to explain, but the words caught in my throat. Get out, she hissed, her eyes wild with hurt and anger. Just get out. She collapsed to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably, her body shaking with the weight of the betrayal she believed had happened. Amy, please, I called out, my voice breaking, but it was no use. She couldn't hear me over her own tears. Tony looked at me with disgust, her voice bitter. How could you? After everything we've been through, how could you do this to Amy? I turned to Darren, hoping for some kind of support, but he was frozen in place, caught between the photos, the evidence, and his desire to stand by me. He didn't know what to believe, just as I didn't. I swear, Tony, it's not what it looks like, I pleaded, the words tasting foreign in my mouth. I sounded like every cheater who had ever been caught, but I wasn't one of them. Just leave, Robbie, Amy sobbed, her voice broken. The secrets are out, but the story is far from over. What happens next is just the beginning. And with that, everything seemed to crumble, leaving me in the eye of the storm, uncertain of how it would all unfold. Stay tuned for the next chapter, where the real truth begins to surface and the consequences of every decision start to take shape.